Mike was muted. How are you guys? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get up. No, Memphi. Don't watch Twitch while you're driving, at least. Listen to it, sure. Don't actually oh god. Hi Skit. I know who's who now just by what sound effects they're using when they come in. Yeah, please don't watch Twitch while you're driving. Listening is fine. Now I hope you don't mind. I'm just going to change these goals and things around because they're really doing my head in. Where are we? I forgot to well, I'll be honest, I didn't change them last night. I kind of went straight to bed after I left. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Skip, were you on long last night after I left? Did you play a lot more Forza, or did you go pretty much straight after? Yeah, look at this. That doing this live, you can see the thought process that goes into this. Dodging, no. Memphi, I don't want you to be, you know, I'd quite like you in the land of the living, if that's alright. You might be surprised to hear that. Alright, that'll do for now, for those ones. Should move the little circles across as well. Sorry, I really should have done this before I came on, but I was running a bit late. Kind of let the time get away from me a little bit. Caps and some buddies you still haven't slept. Wait, hang on, what? You what? You what, mate? How's that happened? Why didn't Caps want to play with me? No, that's fair. I mean, I do understand. Like, you know, I don't mind if you guys are like the convoy leader and you sort out the races. I might have to move the other ones later. Doesn't look right when you have. Oh shit. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, it doesn't look quite right when you've got some of them on the left and then some of them in the middle, but that'll do for now. That'll do for now. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I just want to say thank you to Robin Graves and RPG Dave, who followed at the end of yesterday's stream. I think they came from a Phantom stream and very nicely followed the stream. We are 1 off 400 followers, which is well, it's taken a while to get here, but yeah. The goal is, my goal is to hit 1,000 by May, basically. So we're nearly, I think, is it 6 months? I think at the end of this month, I would have been doing this for 6 months. So if I can get 500, I mean 500 is not going to happen this month, so we'll have to make a bit of a move on it in the next couple of months with some different games. But yeah, if we can get to like sort of 500 or 600 in the next couple of months, that'd be good. Memphi, you worry me because I don't know if you're joking or not. Hopefully you're joking. Yes, no, going to be doing some 428 for the first stream today. Hopefully should get it finished. It seems like we're very, very, very close to finishing this now. So yeah, with any luck, I'll have this finished in this stream. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because it seems to be the game that never ends, which I'm fine with. But I'm not sure if other people are. We got the. I think we've got the. Yeah, there you go. The game's there. I should have added that. So, without further ado. Oh yeah, got to bring the camera back. There you go. And in-game music. Okay, how are we sounding today? We're not sounding at all at the moment because I haven't changed this over. Let's get some sound. What? I was about to say, what's going on there? Made it home, gonna shut down my car. Okay, good. Right, who were we at? I think it was just I think we got control of Teteno, which was not something I was expecting to do. Right, let me just put the keyboard down on the mouse. Just swap over to full screen. Just going to very slightly drop the volume as well. You know what this game's like. It's like 1 minute it's fine, and then the next it's a billion, volume a billion. Okay. Memphi, you worry me, dude. I'm pretty sure you're not meant to be having TV screens you can watch. Right, okay. Here we go. Leaving Endo Electronics, Teteno and Kanan carried Maria up a hectic Dogenzaka. The parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. Southeast England, Memphi. It was a riot squad with Kuze at the head. Riot Squad is a police squad that carries out security and control activities in order to maintain or restore public order in the event of an emergency. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has 9 riot police units, along with a support vehicle unit for a total of 10 such squads. These also comprise teams that carry out certain specific functions, such as the Explosive Ordnance Division and Chemical Defense Unit. Director Kuze? Teteno. What are you planning on doing with that girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she's to be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all of Shibuya will be in danger. Kanan took a step forward. Teteno could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. Easy now, he said softly. Wait. As skilled as Kanan was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. I'm not going to take all of them on, she murmured. I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage. Is Kanan going to get killed here? Because she wouldn't answer the phone before. Teteno swallowed. Capture Kuze and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some way to force their way through here. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the laboratory, he wanted to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. Teteno turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their rookie days. Director Kuze, tell me, what is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes. Weren't you always the one who said that you needed to put faith in your subordinates no matter what? Well, yes. Yes, that's right. Kusei's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No, put your faith in Kano. In Kano? He believes that saving Maria Sawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kusei's lips curled in a wry grin. That sounds like Kano, alright. Always thinking in such simple terms. Usually the simple answer is the right one, sir. People like you and me overthink things. We make them more complicated than they need to be. What? Might see you in some hours then. Gonna need to make a drive. Oh, okay. We're doing delivery. I thought you were a barman. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Osawa under quarantine clear up this case? No, it won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with the virus, we can't rule out the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Teteno kept his eyes locked on Kusei. Director Kusei, right now what we need to do more than anything is to get our hands on that antiviral drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kusei furrowed his brow in thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Teteno, buddy, come on. I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice squeaked into his childish register. Oh, it's a second job, okay. Dude, that's two pretty heavy jobs. I think driving around cargo is pretty a pretty tough job, isn't it? Kanan narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. It's, well, it's hard to explain. But when his voice gets like that, it means he was being completely serious. They were going to have to break through by force. Teteno took a determined step forward. Ugh! Suddenly, Kusei let out a pained yelp. Then, as Teteno watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Have I been infected with the virus too? Is he pretending to help Teteno out? The riot squad immediately rushed to the director's side. As Teteno stood there, dumbstruck, Kusei secretively flashed him a knowing wink. That was a terrible performance, Kanan muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force as far as I'm concerned. Inwardly, Teteno gave his boss a nod of respect. Wow, okay, I didn't really expect Kusei to do that. Oh, Tron, come on, man. You make me really sad. No, that's fair, dude. It's I think I might be able to get it finished today. With any luck. I'm going to make a good go of it anyway. Sort of depends on what the cargo is too. Yeah, it's just, you know, I always hear people like, you know, working really, really long hours with hauling stuff in lorries. They don't give themselves enough rest. How are you today, Tron? Hope you're okay, dude. Slipping past the riot squad, he and Kanan headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kusei's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them! Kusei cried out as he arrived on the ground. Everyone, stay back! If you get too close to Maria Sawa, you'll be infected as well. The riot squad stopped in their tracks. Teteno and Kanan took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Darting through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at the parking lot. The area had changed since Teteno's youth, but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is! He spotted the minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Teteno gently laid Maria on the back seat. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Kanan had climbed into the passenger seat, Teteno hit the gas and sped off. Tommy Guns, Tom the Bomb. Are you trying to give me like cool nicknames, Tron? I appreciate this. It's usually kind of shitty nicknames. Although Tommy Guns to me sounds like it could be ironic, considering my guns are non-existent. think the last time I slept was 2 days ago. Yeah, Memphi, don't. You shouldn't be driving lorries if you've not had sleep. That's how people die, not just yourself, but other people. Yeah, check out these guns. What, disappointed in my guns? How far is it to the lab? Kanan asked. Normally it would take about 15 minutes, but with this traffic it's hard to say. Tateno avoided the stop and go of Dogenzaka, taking side streets as he headed towards Shibuya Station. More? Once they had re-emerged on the main thoroughfare, however, he spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Barricades and armoured vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed just how grave the situation truly was. Tateno hit the brakes. What do we do? Kanan spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Tateno thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. Oh, I don't know. I don't think talking... Do you reckon talking our way through would work? I don't think it would without Kuze helping us. Skit, you reckon... Wow, Skit's on it. You reckon C, plough on through. Memphi, just be careful, dude. Assuming you're being serious, just be careful, okay? They'd have to plough on through. Get in the back seat, Tateno told Kanan. Why? I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Kanan's face. You got it. Kanan quickly clambered into the back and Tateno gunned the accelerator. It's do or die now. Tateno clenched his teeth as the van picked up speed. Then a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. What the... Reflexively, Tateno eased up on the gas. The police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right towards the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, it ploughed on through, not stopping until it slewed up onto the curb beyond. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. Alright, here goes. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Tateno wondered who in the world had been driving the cruiser. I'm guessing that might be Stanley. Tateno's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Wait. Oh, it's Kajiwara. Okay, I was going to say, wait, is that the taxi driver? Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that's... You're making me worried, Memphi. I'm worried about you. It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Tateno had thought he was at the Asawa residence. That patrol car just now, that was you? A call came in from Task Force HQ, saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to a Koshi pharmaceutical, and so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tateno, now that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? No, don't worry about me. Just please help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter no matter what. Fucking Kajiwara is the fucking man. Tateno could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. Thank you. The line went dead. Trying to sleep here and there while still being in time with the orders. I just know how the others do it because however I look at the time spent to get there and all, looks weird that my schedule concludes almost no breaks at all. Dude, that's not on. I don't know what the law's like over there, dude, but you're not allowed to do that here. I think you can get fired if you don't take breaks in the UK. That doesn't sound good at all. He'd crashed headlong through that barricade. There was no way he'd come out of that uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara, Toteno said to himself under his breath. And thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. Skip, you chose right, dude. Although now we've got to figure out where the jump is again. Because we've got to jump to Stanley at some point. An odd man. Did we do that one? I'm the breast. An odd man stepped in between them. Have we done? I'm sure we've done that one, haven't we? Yeah, we've done that one. I'm going to call the company I've got to get the cargo to. It's going to be later since I'll need to have some sleep for 5... Yeah, dude, you need some sleep. HE Endo, yep. That's one we've done. Jump to Kano. An odd man, we just done that. Jump to Kano. To Tenno. Is it this one? Maybe? Or no, actually I think this was the one we just did, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, we've done that one. Oh, hang on. By doing that, has that changed? I think we might have to go through this again. I think it might change something. I'll leave the rest to you. Toteno took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. Or it might be that I just didn't get past that section, I think. Even after Toteno disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks. Wait, no one even helps you to unload the cargo, dude? Are you serious? Fucking hell. Yeah, dude, you need a word, because that's not on. They need to be giving you a break, and they need to help you unload the cargo. Fucking hell. If you say it's like that much money, if it costs that much money, it must be a lot of stuff, right? I think that was all I had to do. Yeah. So yeah, look, there's a jump here to Stanley that I need to get somehow. See if I can do it now. Probably not. It's a lot of stuff and quite expensive too. Well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you know, you don't want to be carrying that stuff if you're tired, and then suddenly drop it, do you? No, it still can't get Stanley. Shit. What decision do I have to make to change that? Now this is where I could get stuck for a while, because there's a lot of different jumps here as well. Maybe if we go, if we change this decision. No, he'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait for Aichi, accepting that they'd be late. The clock kept up its steady ticking. With each minuscule movement of the second hand, Kano felt the tightness growing in his chest. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Time was of the essence. They couldn't keep waiting any longer. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitomi, I'll be alright. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alphard was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Oh, is that it? Did that change Aichi's one? No. Fuck. Let's try some of these. See if it works. Oh, you've got a guy that drives with you. Are you meant to take turns driving? Is that how it works? And yeah, if he's not doing anything, fuck that. He shouldn't be getting paid the same as you if he's not doing anything. He just sleeps and does fuck all. Okay, no, that's not on, dude. Yeah, no, you need to chase that up. That's bullshit. Let's see what happens if Kano rushes in. At this point, they couldn't count on Kanan anymore. Kano rushed into action. Freeze! Kano drew his gun and trained it on Palmer. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. I think this is the same. Yeah. So that choice didn't make a difference. What about this one? I don't think this choice is going to make a difference, but we need to find the bit of text that lets us go over to Stanley. I don't think it's in this bit, but I figure it's worth a go. You can't let that loose here. And why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True, but so will all of the innocent bystanders around us. A small smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alphard? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. Yeah, that's all the same. Right, so we've done those. See, there's the jump with Stanley. Brother, hang on. Is it that one? It's 2 sections and 2 connectors. Yeah, dude, no, that's not fair. That's not fair. You should chase that up. Yeah, is this it? That's the one. Sweet. So we get, oh wow, we get to play as Stanley. Wait, it says Jack there. Oh, it's Jack Stanley, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks, Muffin. I appreciate it, dude. It was 6:00 p.m. Alphard had contacted the motley team at Endo Electronics, and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new developments had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alphard might appear in person at long last. I'm going to smash a monitor to see if I can get a power up to speed up this game. What, Tron, you need some Sonic shoes? Memphi, just make sure you get some sleep, dude, honestly, because that's not fair. And you should tell the guy next to you, like, seriously, if you don't let me sleep, I might accidentally kill us both. You know, I think that should maybe get him to do his share of the work, maybe. You did fine. Jack Stanley set his hand on Kano's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother, Frank. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away. Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the Bomb and Arson Squad, subsection of the Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Investigative Services, BIS, that handles investigation of bomb and arson related cases. The Bomb and Arson Squad deal with bomb and arson related cases. Who knew? Who knew? You'll put some what on his body? Gonna stack three fridges on top of him. That'd do it. He'd wake up after that, wouldn't he? This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alphard was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's going to be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of here too, Frank, Stanley said. No, I need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. I'll be alright. Look, you can probably see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But... Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. Alright, he said. I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice, huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. Wait, hang on, is that malfunctioning dry ice machine going to come into play here? Do you think? No worries about accidents, man. Making sure that I'm well enough to drive. Okay, good. That's the main thing. Just make sure, you know, if you feel tired at all, just stop. Last time I let the fucker drive, I've had nothing but cop encounters. Just sleep through them. Let him deal with it. That'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. Alright, Stanley said. I'll be back. Hey, Jack. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure. You got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. Bang. You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Cano a thump on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices, though? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out his cell phone. Yeah, who is he talking to here? Oh. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. Detective Gordon? I just had a thought of for your outro of saying something. Yeah, go on. Because I'm still not entirely convinced on what is it? Peace out, beautiful motherfuckers. I'm still not sure about that. Yeah, come on, Tron. I'm intrigued now. Shouldn't say it, but it'd be funny as shit if you did. Well, I've got to think of two now, because I've got to do one for the end of this stream, because this isn't the end. This is just it's an intermission, and then one for the last one. No, Memphi, no. Let's not do that. Let's not do that one. Oh God, no! Oh no, Tron. Why did you both think of the same fucking thing? I don't think I could get away with saying that somehow. You don't know how English I am. Well, no, actually you do. You definitely do. I couldn't get away with that at all. Unfortunately, when English people say they don't use the hard R, when they use the A instead of the hard R, it still sounds like the hard R. Fuck. I need a Kit Kat now. You've driven me to chocolate. Tron! Come on, dude. I'm gonna eat this, the Kit Kat like a civilized person this time and actually break the fingers. Yeah, I don't think I could get away with that somehow. Yeah, I don't know though. I kind of liked the "See You Later, Alligator" that I had at the end of the 428 stream yesterday. That was all right. Or maybe I'll just come up with a different one each time. Although that's easier said than done as well. It's a me, he said. What's the situation? I'm gonna have to. We're just gonna play this guy as Mario now. I hear the Japanese police want to put Maria Sawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your order, sir. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that anymore. I can't keep that up for the whole time. That's way too corny. Well, yeah, you know, corny works sometimes, though, doesn't it? It's better than getting banned for, like, potentially saying something racist, though. It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow that virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alphard is after Hitomi Asawa. There's no way to leave Maria at large any longer. If you put Maria Asawa under quarantine, she is going to die. I know that, but there will be far fewer victims as a result. Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it, but the fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude towards Maria. Victims are still victims, he said. What was that? Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation to apprehend Alphard. Stanley hung up the phone. Wow, Stanley's a fucking cool guy. I wasn't sure about him at first. He seemed a bit sketch. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. But what if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, to sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it. He would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong, of that he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly, over and over. He's not going to kill him. He's not going to end up dying, is he? I still think one guy's going to, like, one of the characters is going to die in this. Tron, I love Etika. Etika's amazing. Yeah, he streams on YouTube, so I think he can get away with it. Their rules are a lot less constrictive than YouTube's are. Etika's reactions are like legendary. His smash reactions are amazing. What was that? Didn't he? There was one of the reactions he had recently. He ended up smashing his shelves up because he was so excited by accident, I think. But that's yeah, he's awesome. I love Etika. Also, Tron, I don't think it's just that. I think it might be that, you know, he's allowed to say that. I think as a white guy, I don't think I can say it. I don't feel comfortable saying that word. It's kind of ingrained now. Even if someone was fine with it, I wouldn't be comfortable saying it. I know it's just a word, but... I don't know if I saw the Nintendo CEO one. Actually, I've seen all of his I've seen all of his Smash reactions and his I've seen a couple of his playthroughs. His Sonic Mania playthrough is amazing. That made me really smile. That's probably what got me into him initially, because he was so appreciative of like the music and the game. It was really nice. I personally would be offended, but I know what you mean. Yeah, that's it. You know, you don't know who's going to be offended by it, do you? It's like we were saying with the you know, going into random people's streams and using the I fucking love chicken, but I don't love fucking chicken, quote. I know some streams that like it, or will be fine with it, but if I'm going into a random stream, I won't do it, because I don't know if they like swearing or not. It's all about feeling out those boundaries, isn't it? So, like, you could say it, like, I don't, you know, I think everyone did it when they were younger, weren't they? Everyone used gay as a derogatory term when they were kids. I don't use it anymore, but I use it with my gay friend, because we always joke about it. You know, he's fine with it, but I know he's fine with it. I don't know if other people are fine with it. So yeah, it's just knowing where the boundaries are, aren't they? But obviously, Twitch, being that I'm talking to a whole bunch of you, you've got to be more careful with what you say. Saying that, I'll quite happily call myself a honky or a cracker. You know, they just make me laugh. I know cracker is, you know, it comes from a like, I didn't actually know what cracker meant until last year. And it's like, oh wow, okay, yeah, that's not a good thing. I don't know, they just sound funny to me. So if someone said that to me, it wouldn't bother me at all. It does not bother me one iota. I mean, I'm clearly not a cracker. in the literal sense. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting thing, isn't it? Like how some people do get offended over words, and some people don't. I think it's context is what it comes down to, isn't it? Kano was watching Teteno prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Teteno and Kanan would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the scramble to apprehend Alphard. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Kanan had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alphard has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alphard might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of things might Alphard request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Kanan. She was helping Teteno to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he asked just what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alphard. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. The disembodied sound of Alphard's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alphard would actually show up in the flesh. Nationality, age, sex, so much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? And yet Alphard had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. There was no doubt about it. Alphard wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So, why would that be? He's using himself as bait to lure me and Kanan out. This is a near perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No, something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alphard may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he thought he'd found was something Alphard had left behind on purpose. So, maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? Aha! There we go. There we go. Why had Alphard put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alphard they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitomi, hadn't he? If Alphard had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up would never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable, or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Alright, we'll read that in a minute. Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, see, Tron. I'm not going to say the words because I don't know if they'll take our context into consideration. But the F word is a slang for cigarette. Now I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it has that same connotation. But yeah, a lot of people still say that. They just say, "Oh, I'm just going to go out for a," you know, when they're going to go for a smoke. That's it. But I don't know if they'd give like English people a leeway. Wait, what's this? You're having an issue. What's your issue? Well, yeah, exactly. Wait, oh, sorry, it was you, Solid. Sorry, you and Tron have the same colour name on my screen, and it's confusing me. I'm not up early. Dude, it's like, it's 5 to 3 in the afternoon. Oh, hang on. Why? Did you just resubscribe? It's not showing up on my screen. It's Streamlabs fucking up again. There you go. Memphi, thanks for the 2 months, dude. I really appreciate it. I was like, hang on a minute. Why have you got the Chaos Emerald and I still haven't heard the alert yet? Thank you, dude. Very kind of you. Well, yeah, I mean, Tron, that's the exact thing, though. That is the exact term for it. So, and I think that was the original term. So then, like, if someone says that, but in the context of a bundle of sticks, do they get banned? I suppose you know they'll just say like, well, you should have just said bundle of sticks then. Why couldn't you just say that? It's a difficult situation, isn't it? Like I get that you know, there's a fine line between freedom of speech and like hate speech and whatnot, but it's getting a bit scary. Like how many words are starting to, well, you're not allowed to say this, you're not allowed to say that. I'm just terrified of saying something that's going to offend someone. So you have to kind of police yourself, don't you? Which, yeah, you should do, but not to the degree that it's sort of become, I think. Because there's always going to be someone who's going to find something offensive. Memphi, I appreciate that, dude. I really do. Yeah, I mean, it is an old word that nobody uses. You're right. No, I've never heard anyone use it in that term. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's only become a term is a derogatory term now. Well, it's the same as gay, because gay used to mean happy, didn't it? but it's not used in that context anymore. It's used in its current context. That's fine. I mean, that's just, you know, they just reuse the words. Like no one uses that for happy anymore. They just use happy. Memphi, I don't want to get into trouble. if you don't have the money to subscribe, you don't have to subscribe, okay? I do appreciate it though, I really do. Oh yeah, look, great minds, Tron. Great minds think alike. Even though that's not true, great minds should not think alike. They should be thinking different things, and therefore advancing the human race. But I still like the term. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just don't want you to get into trouble, Memphi, that's all. Right, where were we? Of course. Advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alphard had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was to create an alibi, to keep his true identity secret, or to carry out some other objective. I think it's to carry out some other objective here. Because he hasn't kept his true identity secret. And an alibi won't matter. So yeah, I think it's C. Don't worry, I'm attracted to trouble. Yeah, but you know, that's maybe you shouldn't. that could be well, that is dangerous way of thinking potentially. Just look after yourself. That's all I'm saying. To carry out some other objective, he'd set up the kidnapping, devised the ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alphard himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hitomi's blood, which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Ria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. That was why in the end, Alphard had proposed trading the password for Hitomi's blood. Could that really be it? Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hitomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't, no. So when did you find out? After I'd had Maria kidnapped. The organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. Oh God, the younger one. Fucking hell! I'm not even drunk. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, Memphi. Yeah. He never mentioned Hitomi having a twin before this all started. No. If I'd known, I'd been a lot more careful. Alphard had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins, but despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alphard had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alphard had set up the police to write off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alphard was after Hitomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hitomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing. So why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following till he found out where that track would lead. Oh, and when Etika broke his shelf, he was on Howard Stern's radio show. He was roasting him. I definitely saw it in a reaction video, dude. Unless he half broke the shelf with Howard Stern and then fully broke it in another one. I'm sure I saw it in a Nintendo-related thing when he broke it. But yeah, no, I love Etika. He's one of my favourite YouTubers. He's so funny. That hair is crazy as well. How he gets it like perfect like that, I don't know how he does it. It's amazing. Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria? He asked. Daisuke hung his head. It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask? Would you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check. At this point he needed to go back over everything right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. It's unfair because if Etika reacted, it would never reach him because he's too prestigious to notice him. Wait, so Howard Stern was actually roasting Etika, but not directly to him. He was just doing it through his radio show. I don't know though, Tron. I mean, you know, Howard Stern is big, although, you know, we don't hear about him over here at all, really. He's just an American thing, I think. Etika's a pretty fucking massive YouTuber now. He's a massive YouTuber. Whenever he does like a live stream, he's always got thousands of people watching him. He's no, you know, you don't get many like, you know, 5 to 10,000 people live streams on YouTube. It doesn't happen that often, I don't think. So he's you know, he's no small fry like me. Speaking of this storeroom, Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place? You're certain you locked her in? Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left. I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the Ua virus. It makes sense, based on our working timeline of when we expect her to go symptomatic. When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held it shut lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door. Ah, look at this mess. It was obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen. I doubt Maria did this, Daisuke said. Maybe some thieves broke in? He made a quick inspection, assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. This looks like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before. So this is the guys from the SOS group did this. Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. Where did you have Maria Sauer? He asked. Behind those cardboard boxes. The boxes he indicated were piled high, closing off one corner of the room. If Maria were unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her. So Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock, Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alphard's plan, he wondered. What had Alphard planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? Do you think he'd do a trade, maybe? Oh, I'm not sure here. You're off, Memphi. Thanks for stopping in, dude, and subbing. I really appreciate it. Just make sure you look after yourself, okay? You know, have a sleep every now and then. And then, yeah, hopefully see you soon, dude. What do you reckon? Like, why would he kill her later on? Mate, it must be for the trade, I think. Yeah, it's got to be. We'll go with that. He was going to trade her for Hitomi. It certainly seemed reasonable enough. He needed to kidnap Maria in order to infect her with the virus first and foremost. And she had indeed been injected with it at 8 o'clock that morning. Next, Alphard would have carried out a hostage exchange for Hitomi in order to obtain her blood. Maria would be free to go, but infected with Ua. What purpose would that serve? It's simple enough to deduce. Once he learned that Maria had the virus, Kenji Osawa was certain to take action. He would bring her into the storage facility in order to administer the antiviral, just as he'd done with Hitomi. You know, Tron, I'm not going to be able to unsee that now. He does kind of look like Ben Affleck, doesn't he? It's Ban Beflak. That meant that the storage facility would be opened once more. That was what Alphard was really after. Sorry, that was what Alphard was really after. A way in so he could destroy the antiviral samples at the lab. It was the only logical conclusion. Infecting Hitomi 6 days earlier had ensured that she would be carrying the DDS in her body, but it had also served as a sort of dry run for today. If it turned out that Asawa wasn't able to access the antiviral storage on his own, the entire plan would fall apart. Hitomi had been a test case in order to make sure. The negotiations at the Scramble were almost certainly a smokescreen. Alphard wanted to lure Stanley and the others, I guess, to the Scramble in order to clear the way for an assault on the lab in the meantime. The first order of business was to stop him from getting inside. But how? Should Stanley leave the stakeout of the Scramble for Kano and the others while he headed to the lab himself? He couldn't decide that alone. He headed back into the shop with Daisuke to see where things stood with the others. Right, is this the bit that I can jump back over? Because we've got to stop this van explosion. It's I think it's this jump, isn't it? No. Oh shit, which... Oh no, wait, have we not got a jump now? It's this jump. Oh god, that Daredevil film was terrible, wasn't it? I seem to remembering it, watching it at the time and thinking, whoa, this is bad. There you go. You're gonna go Daredevil because of the shades. that film was not good. You know what though? I really like Ben Affleck as Batman. I think he's pretty good as grumpy middle-aged Batman. I haven't seen Justice League yet. I really need to watch that because apparently it's not as bad as Batman vs Superman. I didn't think Batman vs Superman was that bad. It's just they're just way worse than the Marvel films, which is a shame because I think I really like Batman. I think Batman's amazing. Kano's plan of action for the Scramble was steadily coming together. Stanley half listened as the young detective discussed the stakeout with the rest of the group. His own mind was still caught up with the question of what he himself should do. He couldn't shake the conviction that he needed to head to the lab. Even assuming that Alphard really did turn up at the Scramble, and assuming that he carried out another bioterror attack there, the worst that could happen would be a disaster in Shibuya. Terrible though that might be, it would be far worse to let Alphard, who was already in possession of the Ua virus, destroy the world's only supply of the antiviral. If he succeeded at that scheme, his bioweapon could be unstoppable. He could hold the entire planet in the grip of fear. A terrorist arms dealer must never be allowed to obtain that kind of power. Stanley couldn't take that risk. Even if he was wrong in his suspicions, it only made sense to shore up the defence of the lab. There was only one person he could count on now, Kanan. She was on the way to the lab already. If Stanley could alert her to his conclusions, it would make it that much harder for Alphard to carry out his plan. If nothing else, hopefully she could buy time for Stanley to get there. Why was Kanan saying that Stanley is to be avoided and is dangerous though? That's what I'm unsure about. Unless that's not a thing now. The Versus movie was a Batman movie with Superman in it. They weren't represented evenly. No, but I don't know if you find this. Like, I find that Superman is a bit of a dull hero a lot of the time. Because he's basically invincible. Except for this little green rock that everyone fucking has. From a planet that blew up like 1 billion light years away. I actually find Superman's more interesting stories to be the one where it's not like dealing with his powers necessarily. It's dealing with like moral decisions and things like that. I mean, it's impressive seeing him like fight and whatnot. But I don't know. I think he's a really hard character to get like represented properly in film. I think the animated films do it a lot better from what I've seen. It seems like the DC animated films are very, very good from the few that I've seen. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, I mean that's why that's why I enjoy Batman, because he's not really he's not a superpowered superhero, is he? It's just that he's really fucking brainy and has loads of money to make gadgets. I mean, it's kind of like Iron Man in that way, isn't it? Except that he's like a super like martial artist as well. Yeah, I don't know. He's like too powerful, I think. Yeah, they do unexpected things to hurt him. That's why I don't know if you've seen it. Well, you probably have actually, because you like fighting games, don't you? The Injustice storyline always seemed really interesting to me, because they uh, they finally get a way to like turn him bad, and I thought that was really interesting. Stanley approached Kano. "You need to go to the scramble without me," he said. "What?" Kano was visibly shocked. "Where's this coming from all of a sudden?" "Please don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to see to it." Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything. If he made any unusual moves now, though, there was a risk Alphard would pick up on it. There was no telling where the mastermind might be watching. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. "I understand," Kano said. "Do what you have to do and come back soon." "I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more." "It's alright. I'll find a way to get by." Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now, he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivety. In the end, that was all a part of the human condition. "Jack, are you really okay with this?" Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago campus. "It's my responsibility to look after you," Stanley told him. "As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it." Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. "Yeah, but..." Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. "Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of." "Alright, Jack. I hear you. And thanks." "Kano, promise me one thing." "What's that?" "Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me." "Sure, alright." "That's a promise now, remember?" Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Yeah, somehow Batman is the most dangerous member in Justice League. Soup said it himself, ironically. Isn't that because he's got a contingency plan to stop all of the other heroes if they go out of control? Yeah, there you go. I literally said it as you typed it. I think that's cool, though. I think it's interesting. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up to Tenno as he ran along. Switch over to Tenno. Like he's got like kryptonite gas or something for Superman, doesn't he? Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The Tenno's phone rang. It was Stanley. "What's going on?" he asked the American. What I'm about to tell you is mere conjecture on my part. But for now, let's assume I'm mostly on the right track. Stanley's voice was filled with tension. Tenno braced himself for bad news. "I think Alphard is heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral." "Are you serious?" It was even worse than he had feared. "Alphard? Heading to the lab?" "Yes, you need to turn back right away. I'll go to the lab, Kanan." Is something wrong? Kanan asked, peering at him from the back seat. He couldn't hide the fact that he was trembling. She seemed perfectly calm, unfazed by the possibility of further complications. Perhaps she had already anticipated something like this happening. Did you hear me, Teteno? Stanley said. This is an opponent who's out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle that. I can't do that, Teteno replied, managing to regain his composure. My job is to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alphard is coming or not doesn't change that. Don't be absurd. Even if you do have Kanan with you, you can't keep Maria safe and still win the fight that's coming. I think Teteno's going to die, you know. Heroically, but I think he's going to die. Maybe Stanley was right. Almost certainly he was. But Teteno couldn't put Maria's life in danger by turning back in order to save his own. Kanan! Teteno glanced at the young woman in the back seat. Yes? If Alphard shows up, don't worry about protecting me. Just keep Maria safe. You got it. That was all Teteno needed to hear. I'll give my own life to protect that girl if it comes down to it, he told Stanley. Fine. Have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do, do not let your guard down. Understood. Teteno hung up. That was Stanley? Kanan asked. She'd probably already surmised the situation. Even so, she showed no sign of concern. At last the minivan arrived at Akoshi Pharmaceutical. Teteno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Teteno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Teteno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then, a car came racing towards him along the street. It's Osawa, isn't it? The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Teteno. God, I can't do that. Too many T's. Rushed over to Teteno, then to Maria where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Teteno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Soup's easy, all you've got to do is carry kryptonite with. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he's super powerful because he's Superman. But this one little rock can just totally fuck him over. Except for that one film where he lifts up a fucking island of kryptonite. That did my tits in, that one. That was that Superman Returns, wasn't it? Lifting up an entire island of kryptonite. What? Batman versus Iron Man. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I feel like Batman would win that, just because he's got the martial arts experience, and he could always use like the iron, the Iron Batman suit, the one that he fights Superman. I reckon that'd be pretty tough. Did my tits in, yeah. Sorry, Tron. There's gonna be a lot of you're gonna get a lot of random English like phrases occasionally that might not make sense. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. I also should say that I don't always get phrases or sayings right. It's one of my I wouldn't say flaw. No, it's a flaw. It's a flaw. Definitely a flaw. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders came from Mr. Makino. Wait, do you reckon Makino is Alphard? No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Tateno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tateno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Oh my god, we've got video! Huh? Why? Tateno and Asawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message from Director Asawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Asawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce, is that? I'm guessing that's Italian again. What's sotto voce mean? Exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tateno asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Asawa smiled uncomfortably. Tateno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Asawa's face. No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Asawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then. After checking to make sure there was nobody suspicious lurking nearby, Tateno headed into the laboratory with the others. You don't think it would be Kanan would be Alphard, do you? Like this thing now, I'm doubting everyone. I'm thinking like anyone could be Alphard, really. I think Asawa's not. I don't think any of the characters we are Alphard. But Kanan could be? I don't know. Because it seems a little bit suspect that she just randomly helped out a random Japanese girl in the middle of India. Or the Middle East, or wherever it was. It was somewhere... they didn't exactly say where she was from. They just said Middle East. It'd be a battle of who has the most money and tech until it comes down to a fist fight. Bats would destroy him in one punch. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Tron, I'm not sure who... Because Alphard is the mastermind of this plan, right? I don't know if the guy at the crossroads is Alphard. I think he's working with Alphard. And someone else is actually Alphard. But I'm wondering if that's Kanan. I don't know. I'm unsure. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Asawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tateno tried to contain his sense of urgency, focusing on keeping watch over Kanan as she worked. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movement of her fingers according to some formula. The ID device let out a warning sound and the display lit up. Incorrect password. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Tateno felt his impatience growing. Asawa's face showed a similar unease. Kanan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Asawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the board, without the full board of directors. Kanan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. There's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyse those and compare them... Kanan's voice trailed off. She continued working. No, it can't be Kanan, because I think Alphard had the other guy that had the other password. I don't know. I'm really unsure. This is what's so good about this. I don't know who is going to be betraying. No, Tron, don't worry, dude. I mean, you got like, there's been so many twists and turns with this story. I don't blame anyone. Even if you've watched all of it, it's hard to keep up with all of the twists we've had. There was another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down to Tenno's forehead, but Kanan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kanan pressed key after key while keeping her eyes fixed on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. Yeah, no, there's no way Tony Stark would beat Bruce Wayne in a fist fight, because he's not. Doesn't he have like very basic martial arts training, Tony Stark, but nothing like major. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen, and Kanan read them off. Tenno jotted them down in his notebook, then stepped up to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. Yeah, Tanaka's the other guy I was thinking of. See, Kanan not picking up the phone could also be the reason why that she could be Alphard. The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Tenno felt a surge of relief as he watched the two of them go. Kanan, meanwhile, was fastidiously putting away her equipment. What do you think? Tenno asked her. About what? She asked, her gaze as serious as ever. About Alphard. Why hasn't he shown up? If what Stanley had said was true, Alphard ought to be coming their way. It was both strange and unsettling that they'd been able to get inside without any interference. Ah, it's all coming together now. That's why Kanan would have said that Stanley was dangerous, because Stanley's actually the good guy and Kanan is actually the bad guy. Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon. Bats can bend steel and break handcuffs. He's at peak strength and fitness as human. Yeah, I mean, he's essentially superhuman, isn't he, in terms of strength and whatnot. Thing is, like, the only thing I get like a bit confused with like superheroes is like, what is their canon power levels? Because some comics say that Superman can like fucking push a planet out of the way or something, but is that canon? Because it's the same with like for example Sonic games. I don't think there's a canon really as far as Sonic games go, apart from maybe the classic ones. I don't know if there's a canon. But then, like in the comics, that I used to read Sonic the comic when I was younger. There's one issue of the comic where he runs around the entire planet to the other side in like 10 seconds. But then, is that canon? It's just knowing what the canon power levels are, and then which ones are just made up for a side story. He's almost, if not as strong as Cap. See, that's insane, isn't it? Because Cap's pretty damn strong. Supes is as strong as he needs to be in the situation. Yeah, that's what I kind of don't like. He has no limit. That's kind of boring. Although I say that, but I really like One Punch Man, which apparently One Punch Man has no limit as well. Well, supposedly. Because that's... do you ever watch death battle, Tron. You know, when they fight, they get two characters to fight against each other. I really want them to do a Superman versus One Punch Man. Problem is, there's not enough. I don't think there's enough data on One Punch Man yet. Be interested to see if he could survive. Because according to, apparently, I don't know if this was a mistranslation. According to the author of One Punch Man, if Saitama does like an actual serious punch, he could destroy half of the universe in one punch. But I don't know. I think they'll have to wait until there's a bit more of that out there before they can do that fight. Because otherwise they're just assuming. This isn't over yet, Tatena continued. Don't let your guard down until we know Alphard has been dealt with. Right. Kanan pulled out a pistol. You keep those two safe, she said. I'll go check things out front. Yeah, I don't trust Kanan. She got back into the elevator and headed up. Because Kanan's going to go... Kanan now knows that Stanley is coming. So, yeah. I think she's going to have a fight with Stanley. Left alone in the hallway, Tatena was enveloped by an eerie silence. He drew his gun from its holster, then went into the storage area to join Asawa and his daughter. His cane and the soles of his shoes echoed on the hard surfaces all around. At the end of the hallway, Tatena came to another door. He took up position there, determined to guard the two individuals inside. This was the only way in. If anyone was coming, they'd have to pass through here. Putting his back to the door, he let out a sigh. A great weight of exhaustion settled over him. Too much had happened over the past few hours. He'd recalled too many painful memories that had long been buried deep within his mind, and he'd realised that his whole life was rife with things he could never undo. If you're coming, then come on. Tatena aimed his gun down the empty corridor. Right now, he just needed to protect Maria. That had become his life's sole purpose. Silver Surfer can probably beat Supes. Whoa, holy shit. What's Silver Surfer's... What is Silver Surfer's power? Because I'm not really familiar with Silver Surfer. Oh, sorry, you've just said it. He's mad with cosmic energy and defies physics and can travel through time. I suppose he could travel to a point where before Supes was born and just kill him. Kill his parents or something. Any of Marvel's galactic heroes could probably beat Supes or at least give him a challenge. Yeah, some of them have got ridiculous powers, don't they? Yeah, like, I mean, Superman's overpowered, but some of the Marvel, like, top heroes are, like, even more overpowered, right? Suddenly the door that was in front of him was blown off of its hinges with a tremendous explosion. The shockwave travelling down the corridor struck him an instant later. Tatena had neither the time to wonder what had happened, nor any chance to avert his fate. Huh. Is that a bad end? Oh, wow, okay, that's a bad end. An unforeseen situation. But, you see, it's not giving me hints as to how to finish this now. I've just got to work it out myself. Right, shit. Inspection, let's finish off, let's finish off Stanley's thing and see where that goes. There might be a decision there that changes what happens. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up to tenor as he ran along. It's Stanley. What's going on? What I'm about to tell you is... Oh god, look, it's not doing it. What? I'm going to read it as it says on the screen here. What I'm about to tell you... No, so what I'm about to tell is you mere conjecture on my part. But for now, let's assume I'm mostly on the right track. He took a deep breath and steeled his nerves. I think Alphard is heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral. Are you serious? Tateno's voice was laced with apprehension. Yes, you need to turn back right away. I'll go to the lab with Kanan. The detective's only reply was silence. Did you hear me, Tateno? This is an opponent who's out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle that. I can't do that. Now Tateno's tone was calm and steady. My job is to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alphard is coming or not doesn't change that. Don't be absurd. Even if you do have Kanan with you, you can't keep Maria safe and still win the fight that's coming. I'll give my own life to protect that girl if it comes down to it. Stanley could tell that he'd never overcome this degree of stubbornness. Fine, have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do, do not let your guard down. Understood. Tateno would be no match for Alphard. If the terrorist spotted the detective, he'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless. Instead, Stanley left Tateno with one final warning. Ah, shit. Mate, is it going to be this one? I don't know. Is Thanos... See, Thanos by himself is not as powerful as Superman, though, is he? Thanos is only as powerful as Well, he's only more powerful than Superman if he has the gauntlet, right? Otherwise, he's just really, really strong without it. Or am I wrong in that? Oh, I don't know. I mean, he's like without the gauntlet, he's like Hulk level strength, right? So strong. Although Hulk, I'm just going by. Oh, I've got it right here actually. I'm just going by Infinity War. When when he decked Hulk. Hulk's strength is basically limitless, isn't it? It's just down to how angry he gets, right? Find some way to stall until I get there. If he realises we're onto him, you're done for. Tateno hung up without saying anything. Stanley made it to his car, still parked on the roadside. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. Traffic had gotten pretty congested by the time he'd made it onto the main road. The chaos and panic from the area around Shibuya Station was starting to spread. His frustration steadily growing, Stanley fought his way along the congested streets. Just as his aggravation was beginning to boil over, he finally arrived at the Okoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory. He could tell immediately that something was wrong. A plume of smoke was rising from one of the laboratory windows. It was thick and black, clearly the result of a fire of some sort. Stanley hopped out of the car, drawing his gun as he approached the door. He was about to make his way inside when a scent on the air stopped him in his tracks. The smoke carried the telltale odour of explosive residue. He hadn't made it on time. All his fears had come to pass. Maria, Asawa, Tateno, Kanan, they were all surely dead. And no doubt the antiviral had all been either stolen or incinerated. In all likelihood, moreover, viral samples from the lab had been dispersed by the explosion. Stanley cursed. He'd already inhaled some of the smoke. This really was the worst case scenario. They'd been utterly defeated. Stanley called up Gordon to request backup for a sweep of the laboratory. He knew that it was already too late to change anything. Even so, Stanley would go through all the motions before he admitted defeat. Why did you have to write that so slowly? Another bad end. Shit. We got something we need to change here. Complete failure. Yeah, Tron. I'm not going to be putting that down. As one of the shout outs from the bot. Thanos is probably as strong as Soups, really. If he can beat Thor without the gauntlet, I'm sure he can compete. But without the gems, forget it. Yeah. Really? I thought Soups is, like you say, like he just kind of wins when he needs to. That's his superpower. It's just unlimited. Well, his power is jumping the shark. How are we going to stop this? See, I think we've oh, hang on. I think we've somehow got to stop Kanan from going with what do you call it? Maybe it's this. Let's see what this does. To keep his true identity secret, Alphard needed someone completely unrelated to him, a stooge like Daisuke, who even if they were arrested, wouldn't be able to lead the way back to the mastermind. Was that the thinking here? No. The fact was that as soon as Daisuke was caught, he'd spilled everything about the organ trafficker. No, that's what I thought. That's why I didn't go with it in the first place. That was a predictable weakness that Alphard must have anticipated. So why had Daisuke been chosen? Stanley felt like he was right back where he'd started. If Maria hadn't been mistaken for Tomi in the first place, the situation wouldn't have become nearly so complicated. That was the thing that really made him wonder. Daisuke may have been an amateur, but would he really have made such a rudimentary mistake when his daughter's life was on the line? Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Right, so it's not that one. Let's just try the alibi one as well. Soups has supernova, but he needs to charge him in the sun for a while. Right. What? How powerful is supernova then? I mean, yeah, supernova is powerful. How's it going, Woo? Yeah, good, dude. I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to get really stuck now, though. We're getting to near the end of the game, and it's not giving me any hints even in the game anymore as to where to go. I'm worried. No, I was kind of hoping to finish this today, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. Even if Daisuke failed, as he had, and got caught up in the kidnapping investigation, Alphard himself could stay out of the picture. The police wouldn't have any reason to suspect Alphard in the first place. But then, why would someone whose very identity was so shrouded in mystery need to construct an alibi at all? Yeah, okay, so I was right in the first place. Let's just go back to that. How are you, Woo? You been up to much, dude? What about this one? No, I think that's right. I don't think this is something that can be changed with... I think we did this jump. I don't think this is something that Stanley can change. Playing a lot of H1Z1. Oh, they just re-released it, didn't they? Have they improved it a lot? Let's give a different warning to Teteno, maybe. Oh, is Black Ops out tomorrow? If it comes down to it, just shoot him. If you hesitate for a moment, it'll have you dead. We don't know if it's a he. Stanley made it to his car. Yeah, this is the same, isn't it? Yeah, that didn't change that either. Slightly better than it was before. Man, everyone's after that Battle Royale money. See, let's try this. They'd have to find another way around. Get in the back seat to Tenno, told Kanan. Why? When he's holding to Maria, she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Kanan's face. You got it. So Tenno waited until Kanan had made her way into the back. Then he threw the minivan into reverse and jammed his foot on the gas. He cut the steering wheel sharply to one side. A loud screeching filling the air as centrifugal force made the vehicle tilt. And a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. Wait, is this not going to change things? Oh, let's just skip this a minute. Yeah, that's just the same, isn't it? Oh, it releases on Friday, okay. Gunplay is just better in Black Ops Battle Royale. I mean, yeah, because it's COD, isn't it? COD's gunplay is always good. As much as I disagree with their milking it fucking every year. Yeah, let's try this. They talk their way through. Wait here, I'm going to try something. What are you going to do? A little bit of persuasion. Tenno reached for the door handle, but Kanan stopped him. Don't, she said, keeping her eyes fixed forward. You'd just be wasting your time. But Tenno didn't get to finish his thought. Yeah, that's the same as well. I have to check these because I've got to make sure that there's no additional flavour text that I've missed. Yeah, that's all the same. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, woo, like, how the fuck can they... How do they have the bollocks to charge $60 or £50 for a game that is just multiplayer and still ask for a fucking season pass? What a bunch of cunts. Absolute bastards. He was confused. Now was their chance to make a run for it. Tenno signaled with his eyes to Kanan, then got ready to sprint past Kuze and his team. He didn't get the chance to, though. Yeah, this is the same as well. Let's just make sure there's no flavour text. See, the season pass is ridiculous. Especially, like, because it's the most expensive season pass out there as well. It's still like $40, isn't it? What? How? How can they ask for that? You're just going to wait a couple of weeks, okay. I'd wait until the first one's out and see if it's good. I wouldn't even buy it. I refuse to buy the season passes. I think season passes in multiplayer shooters are the worst. Because you're segregating your user base. You should make it free. And then if you want to do microtransactions, just make it cosmetics. Not both, just one or the other. No, sorry, not even the other. Just cosmetics. It's bullshit. Because you're just going to get like, oh, you know, there's not as many people playing. Or you want to play with your mates and they've got a season pass and you don't. Oh, well, you know, I can't now. Fuck that. That's bullshit. I hate that stuff. My job involved trying to upsell season passes, and it was I hated it. I hated doing it because I get it. I would ask like, "Oh, do you want a season pass?" And sometimes they do it cheaper if you bought it with the game. So I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll do that." I'm not going to push it though. Fuck that. Initially, it was like, "Yeah, okay, we really got to try and hit the numbers," and we were pretty good at doing it. But you know, looking back at it, it's like, fucking hell, I've contributed to this. That's the thing though, where if you're buying them separately, you're giving them more money, so they win that way as well. But yeah, I don't like it. Don't like it. It wouldn't be one of these choices. I'm gonna double check these choices. I can't write them off as being wrong. I think we got the right choice to begin with, but he was gonna kill her. Yes, the entire point of kidnapping Maria in the first place was to make sure she wound up dead. But what purpose would killing a single Japanese college student serve? Stanley couldn't think of one good reason. So Stanley could think of one good reason. To send a warning to Kenji Osawa. The antiviral Osawa created, which rendered the killer virus useless as a biological weapon, was more than a simple inconvenience to the arch-terrorist. Presumably, Alphard meant to threaten Osawa into ceasing further development of the drug, in which case, perhaps Alphard's true objective was not to get the antiviral from Hitomi's blood at all, after all, but instead to prevent research on the drug, and then to eradicate whatever samples of it remained. Was the plan then to lure Stanley and the others to the scramble so that the lab would be unprotected in the meantime? Stanley shuddered at his own conclusion. If he was right, then the negotiations at the scramble were likely nothing but a smokescreen. It was entirely possible no one would turn up at all. He shouldn't go to the scramble now. He should head straight to the lab. But how? Should Stanley leave the stakeout of the scramble for Kano and the others while he headed to the lab himself? Oh, this is all the same. Shit. I bought every map pack every year anyway, because eventually you'll tie the same maps. Well, that's the other bullshit thing. They're like, oh yeah, fan favourite, Nuketown. You lazy cunts. That's just a way of you like fisting it off as a fan favourite, which it now has become, because they keep putting it into every fucking game. It's like, yeah, but you're barely remaking the map at all. You're just putting new assets on it and then fisting it off as a new fucking map. Bullshit. Don't like it. So it ends up like that. Out of like, say there's like an extra, I don't know, 16 maps. Like 8 of them will be new and 8 of them will be remakes. Fuck off, Activision. You met Etika a long time ago at the Nintendo World Store, Manhattan, before he had clout. Doubt remembers me now though. He was with his then girlfriend. She was bad. She was bad too, thick as fuck. It was for the Wii U launch. Oh, nice, Tron. You've met an internet celebrity. I'm assuming by bad, you're meaning good. I've never been a real fan of an easy back and forth. What, you mean in terms of the maps, Woo? I just like it's getting fucking disgusting. The thing is, they have made like Blackout is really good, isn't it? From what I hear. But now what you're going to do is they're just going to put one Battle Royale map in every year, and that'll keep them going for another couple of years. Like this fucking bubble has got to burst soon, because they're fucking hell. It's getting stale. Even with this, it's getting stale. I haven't played a COD since Advanced Warfare. I like them, but they're the same fucking game over and over again. Bad isn't good. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know the lingo. Let's try this one. I might need another Kit Kat in a minute. I'm really hungry. Just keep Maria safe, that's your job. No, he just puts the phone down. Doesn't look like anything is going to change here. Fucking hell, we've got so many different choices here. What if we do this? They could ask the police for backup. Might be a long shot, but it was their only move. He hurriedly suggested that, but Kano just shook his head apologetically. Unfortunately, there's nobody on the force who'll help us. Well, isn't there anything you can do about that? I had hoped that Director Kuze would understand, but Kano hung his head. Were they out of options then? No, there's still one last thing they could try. He knew the gang might see it as a selfish request though. Sasumi would probably be furious with him, but Aichi would just have to deal with that. Even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him, he understood that, yeah, okay, this is all just the same. just need to go back and change it back again. I have to go through all of the options just to make sure I'm not missing any text here. I played COD World War II, but once the next one comes out, it's as if you might as well not play the old one. Yeah, that's what I mean. They just dump it, don't they? They don't try and... Like, I'm not necessarily a fan of this whole making games like a service, games as a service type thing, and then trying to like keep them going for as long as possible. But at the same time, like, I appreciate what like Microsoft have done with Halo 5, for example, because they've updated that shitloads and for free a long time after it's come out. And by doing that, I feel like, oh, you're actually like spending some time on the new game rather than just shitting out a new one every year. Sorry, I get a bit angry about this, like genuinely angry. So you don't really build up a community. You're just trying to get them in and out of the game and into the next one as soon as possible. Was the Nintendo store in Manhattan the only store in existence? I always wonder that. Sure, I'm probably not the only one in the world. It might be the only one in America though. We don't have one over here, as far as I'm aware, anyway. But I'd be very surprised if Japan doesn't have one. They do, Woo, but unfortunately, they make too much money out of it. Like, from a total bit, like, from a business sense, I can't blame them for what they're doing. I really can't. Because they make so much money out of it. What happens if we do this? What the heck is going on? Aichi felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, Dad. The young one with the man must be his daughter then. How am I supposed to do that? You heard what the boy said. We have to get out of Shibuya right away. Whoa. Aichi got a look at the young woman's face. She was gorgeous. He had the feeling he'd seen her on TV before or something. She was probably an actress, but he couldn't recall her name. Well, Aichi muttered to himself, you might be pretty, but you're no Hitomi. Once more he broke out into a run. There were a whole bunch of people walking in the direction of Route 246. Looked like folks really couldn't use the trains right now. Was this some consequence of Maria being infected with the Ua virus? Then I'd better hurry. We're the only people who can fix this. Yeah! With another cry to pump him... Probably not that kind of a cry then. More like a yeah! With another cry to pump himself up, Aichi bolted down the sidewalk counter to the throng. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, isn't it? From a total business sense, I cannot blame them for what they're doing. But it is still a bit scummy. Well, more than a bit scummy. What happens if we try to barge our way in here, I wonder? Fine, then I guess I'll have to do this the hard way. Aichi forcibly shoved the two of them aside. But the two recovered quickly before he could get in the door. They grabbed hold of him and pushed him away. Look, I don't have time to screw around. Just go and tell Susumi that Aichi's here. At the mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged wary glances. Alright, I'll go ask him. One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Aichi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. Yep, that's not changed anything. I really don't think any of these things are going to change Aichi's any of the stories. I can't write them off though, because I did that last time and I got stuck forever. But, you know, the bubble will probably burst soon. I mean, they've gone through every phase of warfare. Well, not every phase. They could go even like further back, couldn't they? But it wouldn't be COD at that point. It's the only. That's the only Nintendo store. Wow, Tron, you're lucky, dude. I'd love to go there for the Nintendo Directs. They always seem quite fun. Yeah, what could they do? I mean, I reckon they should do a Call of Duty, but with like cops, maybe similar to like they did with Battlefield Hardline. Maybe go down that route and just do like a cop drama or something. Japan has Poke Centers. Maybe they function like Nintendo stores, just not in name. Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of Poke Centers in Japan, isn't there? He hurt me and I'll hurt him back. That bill is going to come due. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Yeah, that's the same. Shit. I might have to look this up. Hopefully someone's got to this point. Yeah, look, it's just the same. Wouldn't be COD if it was primitive. No, I mean, they couldn't do like what Far Cry did and do like Primal, could they? Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, it would woo, but at the very least it would be a different setting, wouldn't it? See, Kanan doesn't pick up. That's what's weird. Oh, dear, excuse me. I don't think any of these are going to change anything. No, because if I change that, it's just going to cause a bad ending. I might officially be stuck here, guys. Fuck. In this age where people just shop online, it's probably just there as a tourist attraction. I don't know. I think they do pretty well, the Poke Centers. They seem pretty busy. That's not the bit I need. Stanley. Fucking hell. This is gonna stump me, isn't it? No, it's not over, dude. Not getting this far. I have to do it after getting this far. Ah, someone else is stuck at the same bit I am. Here we go. At around 6:10, when Stanley is thinking why Daisuke Endo did the kidnapping, was he needs to carry out some other objective, which is what we picked, wasn't it? And then at this decision, pick C. Ah, God, see what I mean? It's that one decision that I didn't do is the reason why. So he was going to release her at some later time. I think that's it. We'll see what this does. I'm not going to look at the rest of the guide. He was going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. To turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realised it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. First, it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line, and then, if any of the infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. That hadn't come to pass. They'd managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alphard? No, that can't be it. Alphard wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Ah, here we go. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it. It held a jumble of makeup, tissues and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it would probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. Let me see that, Daisuke said from behind him. I'll see if I can fix it. Do you think you can? Stanley asked as he handed it over. I won't know until I try. But that sign out front saying that I run an electronics shop isn't just for show. Wait, what? Is that from is that a Superman quote? No, that's old his nemesis, isn't it? I forget his name. Dude, oh God, you know what? I never had one of those flip phones. I didn't get a phone until I didn't get my first mobile phone until I think it was in 2009 or something. It was like well after everyone else had got them. Oh no, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it's Batman looking up at Superman, isn't it? And he says that. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. What's it a picture of? Right, okay. So that's changed that, but now what do we change? Fuck it. I'm not gonna mess around with this. Wait, what has that changed? Oh. Wait, that's... Whoa, okay, these have changed to not a bad ending. Let's see where these go. You used to sell those at your first job. Worked at a Radio Shack on commission. How is working on commission, Tron? Like, do they still pay you a minimum wage? Or do you kind of rely on the commission? Because I've never worked on commission myself. Alright, let's see where this goes. Because maybe that's what we needed to stop the bomb from going off, finding that picture. At the same time, I kind of figured that like working on commission would be, you know, it'd be like sort of a dog-eat-dog sort of situation in terms of the staff. Right, well this has clearly changed. The vials in Alphard's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out, catch him, catch him. H.E. gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And even if one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Yeah, this wasn't... the bomb had gone off by this point. Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Eiichi saw Susumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. There's one more, over there! The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. She'd spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! He's let go of Hitomi. Eiichi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. They were done for. He was sure of it. A pair of hands shot out and safely grabbed the falling vial. It was Kano. The tension drained from Eiichi's body. We did it! We didn't break a single one. Damn it! Kano cursed under his breath as he stared out into the throng. Alphard had disappeared. They hadn't been able to capture him after all, which meant they'd lost their last chance to get the password for the lab. They hadn't just lost, they'd failed utterly. But we did everything we could have, right? We didn't make any wrong calls. We'll just have to leave everything to Kanan. Have to trust that she'll be able to save Maria. Eiichi stared up into the night sky, trying to reassure himself. Ah, it's a bad end. Fuck. What the fuck? Most jobs pay you a base wage. If you make commission, you get paid on top of your wage. If you don't make commission, you still get your wage, which was shit. Some places is straight commission though. See, that's the Tron. That's the thing over here. Like, even if you have commission, you get a minimum wage, which is the same across the country, and it's meant to be a living wage as well. I did look, yeah. I'm assuming you're trying to do the wah noise. It's W-A-H. Yeah, so it's the same with because restaurants in America are really bad at paying their staff, and they basically rely on tips to survive. Because that's bullshit over here. You people like staff at restaurants get paid at least minimum wage, but then also get tips as well, I think. Well, service charge, they call it. Wah! Yeah, let's see where this goes. Wanted to make you think Spidey was here. Oh, damn, okay. I'm surprised he isn't here, actually. Look out, Aichi shouted. Catch him, catch him. The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight toward him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here, and he needed to make it. He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof! Palmer went down flailing and hit the pavement hard. Even then he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Ooh, straddled him, eh? Tell me the password, Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The Ura is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's gonna die. And what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing. Which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy your time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. Oh, talking of Sherlock Holmes, by the way, I really like the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes films. Not to mention the BBC Sherlock series. They're both really good. In the back of his mind, Kano just replayed the moment when Tateno, doused in gasoline, had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password. Give it to me, now. Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Hitomi Asawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanan. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Then without hesitation he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. And just what's this supposed to be, Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down at him, probably. Oh, any of these could work. Let's say getting revenge. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Kano thought back to the sight of Sasayama sprawled out and bleeding on the pavement. Thanks to this man's scheme, his partner was now teetering on the brink of death. Alphard should pay for that. Calmly, Kano flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little. The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life or death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. Alright, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Asawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. But Asawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Detective! Eiichi's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tateno... So the bomb went off, okay. Does that mean 2 bombs go off at the same time, maybe? Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Eiichi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Yeah, see, Palmer is not Alphard. Definitely not. This is fucking... you know what? I know you guys don't like it so much, or at least some of you guys don't like it. But I'm really, really intrigued by the endings here. can't wait. Can't wait to see how it's all going to tie itself up. Right, let's swap over to Stanley here. So we need to get him to stop the bomb. Or is that the... Do you think that phone is the one that sets the bomb off, maybe? Turning his attention back to... Oh, hang on. I don't know. Is it like... Is that what's causing it? Like, if he rings someone's phone, it sets off the bombs, maybe? Maybe it's that. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan, 30th of the 7th. I don't like it when you put the the month before the date. How's it going, Rocky? Long time no see, dude. Well, not that long, but a couple of days, isn't it? How was your weekend, dude? Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? Wait. Yeah. Look, that's meant to be Kanan. By looks of it. That's the real Kanan. So the Kanan that we know of isn't real, I guess. The girl in the photo of Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Teteno just a few minutes ago. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? Alphard. No. No, no. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be? Was she Alphard? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alphard were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. And at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alphard's plan. Her goal was to get the antiviral, but extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Koshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alphard also needed to destroy Akoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alphard's scheme went something like this. Wow, this is we're getting the plot twists here. I guessed right, by the way. I mean, kind of late in the day, but yeah, it was good actually. Been having work for once. Wait, do you not usually work at the weekends, Rocky? Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the Ura virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alphard had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alphard, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alphard going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Akoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best I could, at any rate. Looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever date was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alphard with what he already had. Wow, I think that phone is what sets off the bomb. and that Stanley uses it and then accidentally kills everyone. No, Tron, I'm not going to be playing the Spider-Man expansion, just because, again, I'll see what it's like, and if all the expansions are good, I'll probably buy the expansion pass and then play them all in one go once they're actually good, because I don't like spending money on season passes unless I know they're good for sure. Oh, you're getting more schoolwork to do, which is good. Rocky, remind me, what part of school are you in again? Are you a sort of GCSE or A level sort of level? You met Kojima as well. Tron, who the fuck haven't you met? You've met all of the gaming heroes. Signed your copy of Metal Gear 1 and 2. Who have I met? I've met the head of Sega. Sorry, head of Sonic Team. And the lead guy from Crush 40 who sings all of those Sonic songs. And I got them to sign a copy of Sonic Adventure 2 for me. You need to go to the Scramble without me, he said. Sorry, I should read that from the beginning. Now that you'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the Scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Actually, we've already had this, haven't we? This is all old. So here we go. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alpha would pick up on it. Oh, I think that's old as well, actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the same. Sees him as his brother. GCSE got people telling me they matter and people saying they don't. Rocky, they do. I'll tell you, just to give you another point of view, they do count to a degree. As long as you get at least a C or above in maths, English and science, you'll be fine. That's the main thing that people look for. It's not a lot of people don't, but it's worth getting them to at least that level so you don't have to worry about retaking them. And I think some colleges... Oh, hang on. Sorry, there's another bit there. Some colleges require that as a basic thing as well. So make sure you, at the very least, get those ones done. I mean, obviously get passing grades and everything. That'd be good. But those are the three that matter, from what I'm told. After that, it depends how far in school you want to go. Like, do you want to go college? Do you want to go university? Because if you want to go to college, well, in general, this is how I would go about it. You should get the passing grades in English, maths, and science. Then A levels, you just got to make sure you get enough points, and then those points will get you into university if you want to go that far. But I'd go to university if you know what you want to do. I wouldn't go if you don't, just because of how much money, like how much debt you put yourself into. And that's that's the lessons from Uncle Tom that you're getting today. Everything I said, he was nodding and smiling. I wonder, did he understand me? Guess that's the advantage of living in New York. High chance of meeting famous people if you live now near Manhattan. Yeah, I guess you're right, dude. I mean, what is it? My mum goes to London occasionally, and I forget who she met. Who is it? Oh shit! Who was it she met? I'll have to ask her. She was getting like her eyebrows threaded or something. She has a place she goes to in London, and there was someone someone really famous directly in front of her, and oh no, you know who it was? It's Patrick Stewart. I think that was it. And he said like, "Oh, that looks like it hurts." And I go, she went, "Yeah, it really does." And she had a quick chat with him, but yeah, it's like, wow. I would not know what to say if I met Patrick Stewart. Oh god, oh no, don't make Uncle Tom a thing, because isn't Uncle Tom a derogatory term as well? Uncle Sound, maybe. I'm not a scientist. But yeah, I suppose you're kind of lucky in that respect, Tron. I mean, New York is expensive to live in, but there's some benefits to living there, I guess, isn't there? But yeah, Rocky, work on the science. Make sure you get those 3 sorted, and you should be all right. But obviously, do well in all of them. That's all I'll say. Just actually try is what I'm getting at. You know, try your best. Try and actually. Do you get coursework? Does coursework count towards your mark anymore, or is it just exams? I heard it was just exams. Oh, Uncle Tom is a racist black person that's against his own kind. Okay, well, you know, you might not be able to tell, but I'm not black. But no, don't call me Uncle Tom then. Shit. Yeah, call me Uncle Sound if you're going to call me anything. Right, University of Chicago, a private university in Chicago, Illinois. Lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the US. More than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. Monetarism, is that? This is all the same as well. It was just that one little bit that was different. Oh God, yeah, Tron, don't get me started on him. I think we were having this chat the other day, weren't we? I can't tell if he is actually like that or if he is now playing up on that character, because he's such a fucking asshole. Thing is, he said some like really, really like horrible things. There was there's one fighting. There's one guy in the FGC that I think he has to use his mouth to play the game, and he called him like all sorts of horrible names. So that kind of leads me to believe that he's actually like an arsehole in real life. Very few have coursework, maybe music, but I don't do that. Uncle Sam is something very different, Rocky. But yeah, no, yeah, just make sure you try and find a good way to revise. I found it very difficult to revise. If I was going to do it now, I'd probably, I would make, like notes. Like try and write down key points on little cards. And try and do it that way. While listening to music, I think music would probably help me. But everyone does it, everyone finds a way that's different for them. What works for me might not work for you, and likewise. Yeah, that's it, Tron. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean it's that's fine, but you know it's wrong though, right? That's still like that's an arsehole thing to say. You can still laugh at it as long as you know that, like, oh shit. It's like with comedians, isn't it? Like if they have dark humour and they say something really harsh, you're like, oh shit. But you know they're not. He doesn't really mean it. Whereas he actually meant it by the sounds of it. Yeah, okay, that's all the same. Yep. Just got to get past this bit and into the next bit. This is. I think this is different. In that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Yeah, this is more Frank stuff, I think. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up to Tenno as he ran along. Right, we can't do that yet. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tenno picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alphard was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tateno to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alphard from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tateno sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you need to find a way to turn back without her realising what's going on. There's Spidey. Spidey doesn't come with WoW anymore. He comes in with Majima. Afternoon, Spidey. Hope you're well, dude. I like to listen to music, but I get too distracted thinking about what game it's from. Maybe pick some non-game music, Rocky. Just pick some chill out music or something. Or I know what might work actually. You know, like relaxing rain sounds or something like that. Maybe play something like that. Just something relaxing, a relaxing sound in the background. Maybe that would be all right. It's worth a try, isn't it? He wasn't, yeah, Tron. He wasn't trolling though, was he? I don't remember seeing him trolling him. I think he just wanted to have a fight against him, didn't he? Or did he? I don't know. I don't know. But even if he is trolling, you don't take it that far. I think you don't go that far with it. Yeah, I'm good, Spidey. We're getting into the fucking nitty gritty now. We think we figured out who Alphard is. We think it's Kanan, you know, the young girl that's like super strong. He was the first to throw names around, and all he did was tweet him rage quitting. Yeah, I mean he does rage quit though. That's not really trolling him because it's the fucking truth. Right, will do, Tateno replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tateno was no match for Alphard. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance... Oh, thanks, Spidey. You're the one host I can always count on. It wouldn't be the same if you didn't host me every day. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tateno with one final warning. Yeah, I think we're going to have to stall her, because if we don't stall her, she's going to set the explosives off, I think. Alphard is the person who has orchestrated this whole like virus thing, and then Kanan was the young girl that was trying to was apparently Maria's friend, but it looks like Kanan is actually a different person, and Alphard is pretending to be Kanan. What? Find some way to stall until I get there. If she realises we're onto her, you're done for. Tateno hung up without saying anything. The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert, and the people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. One day, Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with a large-scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan's self-defense force, health centres and so forth will be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. The main roads have been blocked off and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the Scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please, stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. That did backfire, John, yeah. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside, and fortunately beyond the blocked off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. The Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now. Then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? A call came in from Teteno. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Teteno calling him? Alphard was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Teteno said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Teteno did not reply. Is this Kanan that's got the phone? Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. The call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Teteno's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alphard? His worries turned to the team at the scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to kill Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Aichi. I'll continue this through to the end and we'll see where it goes. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things down at the scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Aichi to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a sec, the young man said. Detective! Stanley could hear Aichi shouting on the other end. This is where the explosion goes off. I've got Stanley on the line. He said that Detective Teteno... There you go. There was a sudden tremendous boom, and then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again and again, and again and again and again. He didn't stop, even when his fists were marred with blood. You done fucked up, Stanley. I don't know, I've been considering the expansion because I want more Spider-Man gameplay, but don't want to play the main game again. Yeah, that definitely was a game over. Don't want to play the game with nothing new to do. Tron, have you platinumed it? I didn't quite platinum it. I had some of the random fights in the streets left to do. But I was kind of like that was a bit boring, just doing the random crimes. So I stopped for now. I'm not too bothered about getting platinums. It's achievement points that I care about a little bit too much. Are you about to do that, Rocky? Great minds. I would hope you'd get platinum, Spidey, considering it's your game. Let's try to jump to Aichi. I don't think this is going to help though, because the explosion still goes off. I think we're going to have to do the other jump to Teteno first. I just want to finish this off. Oh, okay, we can't. Never mind. Let's go back to the other jump. You didn't platinum it, okay. Yeah, I mean, did you find the same thing? There's the random crimes. I did everything else except the random crimes and the hidden photos, so I didn't know about those. Oh shit. Okay, so we're gonna actually have to play out the other two's stories a bit more. I'm scarred by Persona 5's platinum that I'm still trying now. Oh, dude, it's not worth it. Surely that takes too much time to do. Teteno's fan. Actually, let's get to the bit that's new. Oh, hang on. We got to read through all of this. It was we need to go through all this first. We need to get up to the bit where Stanley phones. Random crimes are super boring, but worth it. Yeah, I know. I got so close. I will 100% it at some point. I was kind of done with it at that point. I'll tell you what it did give me though. It gave me a taste for. I wanted to play Batman again at some point. I really like the Batman games. There you go. Now we should be able to go across. 95% so close and so far. What's the last one you need, Rocky, to do it? I did everything that felt tangible, running around waiting for random crimes got boring fast. Yeah, I did. I think I cleared 2 of these sections out and I just like, nah, fuck this. Can't be bothered. There you go. I did rent it, Spidey, but I also I bought a copy of it because I got the I don't know where it's gone now. Oh, I don't know. Oh, there it is. I got the shit. Fuck. I got the special edition one. I got it cheaper off one of the guys that I used to work with. He still works at Game, so I managed to get it a bit cheaper. Oh fuck, sorry. Tron, but yeah, I see Spider-Man. I couldn't that version of the game I could see disappearing forever. DQ11, I reckon it's going to come down in price, and it already has. It's dropped to about 30 quid already. So by the time I get around to getting it, like buying it, in theory I should be able to get it for about 20 quid or so, and so save money. Need an excuse to say twat, that's fine. You also get almost every secret photo when doing the random crimes. Oh, really? You need books and requests. Wait, books? Are some of them hard to get, the books? Yeah, I did that, Spidey, but still, it's a little bit dull, isn't it? Rocky, isn't the Danganronpa anime not very good? I heard it wasn't great. Yeah, quid equals pounds. Yeah, it's a slang for pound. And yeah, twat is a good word. I think it's one of the best ones we've come up with. But yeah, Tron, what I'm thinking, because I don't even have to buy DQ. The place that I rent these games from, I can rent DQ from there if I need to. And then my plan is that I'll buy games that I really want when they get to about like between about 10 and 20 quid, depending on how rare they are. My slang is confusing you. I'm sorry, there's a lot of English slang. Right, here we go. Once they've made it past Shibuya Station, the roads are relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Tateno was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realised that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Kanan with you right now? That's right. That Kanan is an imposter. Tateno gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alphard. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back, now. Tateno struggled to come to terms with what he'd just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alphard, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hitomi had said as much herself. Yeah, but Maria didn't say, did she? Because Maria got her memory back, but she didn't see Kanan come in because she'd already fainted. Danganronpa 3 anime is okay, but some parts felt like I was doing boring work, not something I enjoyed. I think that's the problem, isn't it? It's trying to transfer a game into an anime doesn't always work, especially if you played the game. Because I feel like you're sort of retreading old material, aren't you? Did my tits in? That's what I said. V3 had you laughing by the end. How long, Rocky? How long would you say all 3 games are put together? And is Ultra Despair Girls canon, or is that like an offshoot? Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Or did it? When Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Teteno, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the Endo Electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Ah, see? Teteno felt chills spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Teteno tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. It's all coming together. Did my tits? You're going to use that. My co-workers are going to be like, who have you been talking to? I've probably given you the wrong saying there as well, dude. Because usually what you'd say is, oh, that fucking gets on my tits, that does. But I suppose did my tits in probably works equally well. Anime wasn't based on V3, it was separate, but I was told told to watch it for the story. 1 and 2 about 20 to 30 hours. V3 I spent maybe 30 to 40, but I'm not sure. Oh, fucking hell. That's long for a visual novel game. I mean, this one's long, but holy shit, that's long. I'm a bad influence on poor, innocent little Tronny. Tron can look after himself. God, I almost called you Tronny there, sorry. Hey, Teteno, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realising what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alphard, Teteno had to keep heading toward the lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do. Will do, he said. Save Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Teteno affirmed. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Teteno hung up. Who's that? Kanan asked. Teteno felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, that cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Ah, okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Teteno could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the spectre of death himself was breathing down his neck. Well, I did, but, you know, I won't do it again. Unless you like that name, obviously, Tron. Well, I mean, what I meant to say was I won't say it again, if you don't want me to. Ultra Spare God's reference a bit and is canon, but not completely necessary. Shit, dude. That's a long series to play through. That is a really long series to play through. And I feel like, I don't know, playing visual novels doesn't seem like a good idea. Apart from like Doki Doki, because that's short and, you know, it's good for scares, isn't it, I guess. I might have to wait until we've got a few more people watching before I do Danganronpa. What? Chicks call you Tronny? Wait, what was that sentence? I copped they're a ripe pair of arseholes from Cutter in Uncharted 2. At last, the minivan arrived at Akoshi Pharmaceutical. Tatanu pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Tatanu barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tatanu scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then a car came racing towards him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tateno, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. I don't want to skip any of this, just in case. I know I've read most of this before, but just in case they come up with some more stuff. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tateno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Tateno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Then over the intercom they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. Oh, okay. Character named Cutter from Uncharted 2, he said, they're a ripe pair of arseholes in one. Yeah. That's, was Cutter English? Because that sounds like an English insult. Or an Australian one, maybe. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather differential, sorry. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tateno could muse further, the gates suddenly opened. Huh? Why? Tateno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tateno asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it turned out that the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. He was English, okay. Yeah, I forget Cutter from Uncharted 2. It's been a while since I played it. Definitely British, not sure if English. What, so like could be Scottish, Welsh or Northern Irish. I seem to remember him being English. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tateno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No, she wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alphard, Tateno couldn't let her into that lab. But without getting the lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Teteno knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Sawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Teteno and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Teteno said. But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. He's going to get himself killed here. Alright. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Sawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked, stiffening as Teteno nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alphard, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Teteno to keep a bead on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Then Kanan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Teteno roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care, don't you move. If Kanan really was Alphard, the whole plan might be a sham. Teteno kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst case scenario. If you let me into the lab, who's going to hack... Sorry, if you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alphard to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley then? Let's go back over to Stanley. Or not. Is he on his way here? Who knows, Teteno said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Teteno adjusted his gun. Adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Teteno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. See, I feel like if she uses the phone right now, she's going to set off the bombs. But I don't know if that's the case or if it's the phone that... Would it be the phone Stanley's got? I don't know. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Teteno as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alphard, not Kanan. After a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Teteno. Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan. Teteno didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Teteno spat. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan. And you're Alphard. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alphard, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Teteno said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Asawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alphard or something? Yes, that's right. Tateno couldn't be certain, but he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. "You don't know the first thing about Alphard," she said. Alphard keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alphard's. Whatever the case, Tateno had to let Kano know that Hitomi was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got out his phone and called the detective. I remember a part in Tomb Raider when her mentor got jumped by a... Is that a dog? That was bleeding out. Lara said, "Don't die on me, you northern bastard." Thanks to you, I know what she meant now. Wait, I don't know if... Well, yeah, I mean, Lara's very clearly from, like, the south. Because she's very, like, you know, she's got that kind of very well-spoken voice. Lara's... If she called him a northern bastard, he could still be English, or he could be Scottish. Probably, like, northern English, I would think. Because she would call him a Scottish bastard otherwise, I would imagine. But the phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a confrontation on the other end. For now, Tateno could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. "I am not letting you in there." Whoa. At that, Kanan let out a faint chuckle. "In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you." Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tateno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. "Eliminate me?" he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. "You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready." "I don't need my gun," Kanan said simply. "And why's that?" "Because you can't shoot me." What's that supposed to mean? Because she has the password. So without her giving the password up, Maria is still going to die. Kanan glared sharply at Tateno. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. "Don't move," he warned. Tateno said, "Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it." Or, "I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to." Let's go for A here. "Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it." He kept his gun trained on the centre of her chest. "You can't shoot me." Kanan took another step closer. "You're still traumatised from that time you let your friend's wife die." "How? How do you know about that?" Tateno is shaking now, his aim wavering. "I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop." That was right. She had been there. "Let's test my theory out." Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. "If you think I'm Alphard, then shoot me, right here." "Huh?" The corner of her mouth twisted up. "You can't do it, can you?" Tateno's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger." It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. "You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone." Katone's final moments flashed through Tateno's mind. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Katone would still be alive. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he loved Katone. He'd still loved her, even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tateno, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Katone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tateno's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Katone to be smiling always. and that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Tateno blurted out the words bluntly, and Katone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Katone. Bit by bit, Tateno lowered his gun, his hand ever more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking, and still Kanan continued with her diabolic whispering. "You can go ahead and kill me, but if it turns out I'm not Alphard, what then?" Now she stared at Tateno with an almost pitiable look. "You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo." Tateno repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. "That's right. Could you ever accept that?" "No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake." His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child. "And that's why you can't shoot anyone." "I can't shoot anyone." As Tateno muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. "I can!" Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tateno. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Tateno had nearly forgotten, nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear. "Don't be absurd," Kanan mocked. "You can't shoot anyone." "Actually, I can." The words creaked dryly from Tateno's throat. "When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot." The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. "I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job." Sorry, Tron. Did you know Jeffrey of Virtua Fighter is Aboriginal? I found this out much later during Virtua Fighter 5 when he spoke. He had an Australian accent. Looked more into it and found out in a wiki. I didn't actually know Jeffrey was Australian, actually. Yeah, I thought he was like an islander because he does like harpoon fishing, doesn't he? Yeah, I didn't realise he was Australian. Did they ever have, like, you know, in Virtua Fighter 1 they had like all the like age and height and whatnot. Did they ever have nationality on there? Maybe I just forgot about it. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately she lifted up her gun again. Once more their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately Tateno could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tateno braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes. Somehow he would do it. As a detective. As a man. Even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Come on, Stanley, where are you, dude? We're going to get away a keep out, aren't we? Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. Ah, okay, that's the... Right, so we got the right choices. That's the end of Toteno's story. Fucking hell, this is getting good, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it must have said in the... hang on. I'll look at it later. I was going to say, must be able to look up the character select screen. Let's continue this. We've got to continue this to a point, and then I think we should be alright now. I think we should be able to go all the way through with Stanley. Yep. Can we skip this, please? Thank you. Thank you. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside, unfortunately beyond the blocked off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. He usually screams all the time, so it's hard to pick up the accent. I think that's what I needed. What was the stuff he shouted? Was his winning thing, was it, I win? I seem to remember that being a thing. Let's see if this is the jump we need. There you go. I win! I remember it being so bad that it was amazing. That was back in the days where voice acting was always awful in games. And not necessarily a bad thing. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alphard had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age, sex, and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allow this decoy, who'd almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alphard likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted out. He just realised what Alphard hoped to accomplish at the scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how? Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alphard had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opted for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant though. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alphard and Hitomi. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alphard hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She'd been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music, and the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alphard. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Eichi. Stanley dialed Eichi Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late. He muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. I think the line that got my attention in VF5 was the Mariner's Power Mate. That's Mariner's Power Mate. Yeah, there's not many countries that say mate, is there? I was like, looked it up, found out he's Aboriginal. All this time I thought he was Jamaican. Mind blown. I gotta admit, I assumed he was Jamaican as well. But though he called repeatedly, H.E. still didn't pick up. Was he already too late? Stanley dreaded the answer to that question. Ah, right, so we've got to go back to the others. I really want to get this finished today. I feel like I'm so close to the end now. I think it's this one. I think we just got to jump back to Stan. No, it's not that one. Shit. Is it going to be H.E. then? Let's continue this. Because I don't think we played Kano's bit out here, but we haven't played H.E.'s. This isn't new. Yeah! It was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide. Nice catch. The gang members broke out into cheering and applause. H.E. got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alphard. Hey H.E., if you're looking for the detective. Susumu gestured with his chin. H.E. looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alphard. Soon both men were lost in the crowd. H.E. would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Now, a bomb still went off. Before he could complete his sentence, a massive explosion blasted H.E. off his feet. Tiny bits of metal tore through his arms, legs and torso. He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. There were screams coming from all directions, but as H.E. started to fade from consciousness, the voices got softer and softer. Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached out for him, and H.E. intertwined them with his own. It took the very last of his strength. Then both hands subsided into stillness. Another mysterious explosion. Okay, it can't be H.E. then. I don't think any of his are going to change anything. That's just back and forth. It's not the jump back to H.E., is it? You've grown a 5 o'clock shadow watching me play. You've got to shave again soon. So my facial hair doesn't grow that quickly. Certainly not in a day. It takes a couple of days for mine to come through. Let's try this, see if this works. No, that's the same, isn't it? Yeah. Do you reckon it's one of Teteno's choices? Because we can't let Hitomi's phone go off. Let's see what this does. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alphard, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Teteno said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Asawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? Hitomi can be certain. Yep, that's the same. But this is still new. Well, it's supposedly new because it's not letting me skip. I'm hoping there's going to be another little bit of text we can use to go back over to another character. Ah, here we go. I think this is new. The young detective was quick to pick up. Detective Tateno, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Asawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Once he got Kano's confirmation, Tateno hung up. I think that should be... Oh, is this new? No, this is new as well. It actually takes 2 days for me. I was just it takes you days as well. Just proving comic relief. Use trimmers to keep my shape up. I need to get a new trimmer actually. I've had my electric razor for ages, but it's not too good at trimming this down. I need to get one that I can sort of you can change the how much it takes off. This round here doesn't grow at all. So what's going to be really funny is when I do Movember next month, which if you don't know is I'm going to totally shave my face, and then I'm not going to shave for the entirety of November, and then any donations will go towards it's like a men's health thing. It's the first time I've tried doing a charity thing, so it'll be like ever, not just on stream, just ever. So it'll be interesting to see what that's going to be like. But you're going to see how shit I look with full facial hair. Well, not full facial hair, that's the point. It's going to be like, alright, maybe here, but it's going to be shit here. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tateno said. Kanan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alphard, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right on into the lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Alright, there you go. So that should be all we needed to change. Oh, okay. You can't use a razor. Yeah, I can use a razor. I just I've never used one, so I've always used an electric one. You got fired, Memphi? What, from the driving job? Why? Spidey, come on, dude. That's not the time for that. This is serious. Because of the lazy fucker next to me. Dude, you should take that further. I would take that further up the chain. Man, the thing I don't get is that aren't you meant to have, there's some kind of like checker thing that you're meant to have, aren't you, on trucks? For like ticking off like when you're taking a break. Surely there should be like a record of that. Unless you were like covering for the other guy. But either way, yeah, you should take that higher. You shouldn't let that go. Oh, really? Wait, does that mean I can go back to Stanley now? No, it's not right. Ah, shit. What am I missing? Or do I just... Actually, no. I think I just have to keep going, don't I? Ignore that and just keep going with the story. Apparently I'm getting fired for the other guy not checking properly. Not going without getting paid for the full contract. No, no, dude, don't let them get away with that. Is the other guy... Did the other guy get fired as well? This is all the same. Oh, here we go. Right, so this should in theory be new, because thingy isn't there. It's Kano. I have the password. Oh, are you serious? That's how I blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. 59FBA I4QL1. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then at last, Asawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite the mess. Whirling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze. He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he'd ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I... Save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, and one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir? Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know. Yes! Let's, let me catch up with the chat here. Yeah, dude, don't let him get away with it. If the other guy's not pulling his weight and you're getting fired because of that, don't have that. Seizure? Why are you calling me Seizure? Rocky, have a good one, dude. Thanks for stopping in today. Remember, English, science and maths, okay? I like having a beard, though. Don't have to shave every other day. I'm lazy. Yeah, Troll, I get you, dude. I look too young without this. That's why I keep this on. People keep bitching me to shave, so I'm doing it. But if it was up to me, I wouldn't. Yeah, I can't be bothered to shave a lot of the time. I'll usually shave this off because it looks a bit crap when it's first growing. Sasayama, they were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's going to pull through. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Asawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, he should have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be a man, to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. I look super young with it, though. Right, yeah, dude, exactly. Just, well, you're going to see soon how young I look without it. No, you got toasty. There's no oof yet. I feel like someone's going to have to request oof. Kuzo is muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but the director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Teteno. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday he hoped he really might be a detective like Teteno. No, he decided he would be. And until then, he'd never give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he'd looked at now with new eyes. Is it bad that I really want another Kit Kat? What are you up to this weekend, Memphi? So we should get the call from Stanley now. Oh. What's that? That was my first thought when I discovered my first grey. Yeah, dude, I'm starting to get grey hairs in my beard. I don't have any grey hairs on my. I got like 1 or 2 grey hairs on my head, but they're usually hidden. But yeah, my beard is starting to get grey hairs. How's it going, Alt? What's up, dude? Are you in class? Okay, cool. No sound. That's cool. I'll just wave at you. Kit Kats are tasty. Yes, they are. Ah, you got friends coming over and you're just gonna be drinking. That sounds good, Memphi. I think my sister's coming back down over the weekend, so I'm hoping I'm gonna get to have a drink with her. It's been a while since I've had a proper chat with her. Kit mats. Would that be Spidey? Would that be like you know, like the mats you had in PE? Would it be like an edible mat? I don't know. Memphi, don't you talk about my sister in that way. One day you might even look older than 15. Dude, if I don't look 15. Come on, with this I don't look 15. No 15-year-old can grow a beard this good. Well, it's not that good, but you know what I mean. A mat made of Kit Kats, yeah. Okay, that's what I said. We'll be on stream at 10 past 7 my time, which is 10 past 6 yours. Yeah. Oh, you might catch me right at the end then. I was hoping to be finished with this, but I don't know how much time we've got left to do. I'll see how it goes. See how it goes. But no, Tron, yeah, don't worry about grey hairs, dudes. Could go for like Silver Fox. That's what you want to go for. Don't be talking about my sister. Is this where we jump to Stanley now? She doesn't play. She doesn't go on Twitch. At least I've got self-confidence. About what? Or about my chin hair? No, this is the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah. Shit. Which one am I meant to do? Oh wait, hang on. There was a jump from Stanley to Kano, wasn't there? That's the one I want. Oh wait, was it? Maybe it's this. Hang on. Yeah, okay. Oh, Spidey. Spoody. Well, you know, it's facial hair, Spidey. Unless you want to show me, like, you with a massive amount of facial hair, then don't give me shit. Alex. Chance, she doesn't stream. Right, let's see if let's skip this to a bit with Kano. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Maybe you could risk, yeah, okay. Could call HE. Ah, so now we should be able to go back over to HE, I think. But the bomb won't go off this time, right? Oh, fuck off! Mr. Stanley, what's going on? Right, now we go back to HE, I guess. And he'll get a keep out. Then we go back to Stan, get the keep out of the way. Oh my god. What's it? What is this? Sorry. Oh, you're talking about pizzas now. Heh. I'm better than you, Spy. My facial hair is better than yours. No, you're only 18, aren't you, Spidey? Anyway, so I can't really say anything to you. You'll get facial hair as you grow up. Alright, so I've got to skip all of this again, I think.
Fuck you.
Don't get salty. Right, so he's talking about a oh, there we go. So beef patty's a like a hamburger, right? Right? Lord of the Salt. There you go. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I know some friends that had like full beards at like 20. But yeah, the shit around here for me still doesn't grow very well. It's starting to now, but I think I might be one of those people, Tron, that won't be able to get a full beard until about 40. Eventually, H.E. spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd got an Alphard to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through H.E.'s body. You know those little salt packets you get at McDonald's? I once straight up ate 2 of them. That's not good for you. Oh, it's meat inside of a golden flaky crust. Okay, so it's kind of like a pie sort of thing. Or Tron, you don't have sausage rolls over there, do you? Emphy, you're out. Dude, look after yourself. Like I said, I hope you get your job situation sorted out. Thanks for stopping in again, man. Here for a good time, not a long time. Downing a sachet, 2 sachets of salt, is that what you consider a good time? Fuck me. I think you need to raise your standards of fun a bit more, Spidey. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? H.E. quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective called Alphard. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. That should be the end of H.E.'s, isn't it? For a moment H.E.'s head swam. This isn't over yet? Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? H.E.'s voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who's the real Alphard? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Yours filled out in your early 30s. My oldest brother's in his 40s and his beard is still spotty. I mean, you know, some people don't get beards, like full beards at all, do they? Kind of like a pie, okay. Crichton, I'm good, dudes. How are you? Did you end up streaming last night? I finished much later, so I didn't see you on last night. Maybe you don't know the definition of fun. Well, to me, the definition of fun is not downing some salt. I'm sorry if that makes me wrong. I'm great, brother. I had a great Monday stream to start the week. Happy to be here today. That's good, Crichton. Yeah, no, good to have you here, dude. I'm hoping to get this done. I'm meant to be finishing in like 10 minutes, but I'm wondering if I should make a push for finishing this and maybe doing a short stream later, because I don't think I could fill out a whole stream tomorrow with this game. I really don't know what to do, because this game is one of those games that seems to go on. It just seems to keep going and going. No, salt is amazing, Spidey, but not on its own. When mixed with other things, sure. Not on its own. Right, let's see where we're going. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then Aichi turned in Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alphard. He's a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alphard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. You fucking idiot. Why are you shouting bomb in a crowd of people? Are you dumb? Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alphard and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Aichi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Is it in the overturned car, maybe? Aichi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Kano made his way over to Hitomi. Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Wait, had Hitomi been planted with a bomb? Aichi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano said. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Aichi looked up to watch over the decoy Alphard. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Aichi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him cold at the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. Wait, what? Attack on Titan tomorrow? I'm wondering if we should do Attack on Titan, or if... Actually, no, I should probably do that, because I need to send this back off so we get Fist of the North Star in the post, and then play that. So I could do more of that. I could do Yakuza. I could probably finish that off tomorrow. Get that out of the way finally. You can't experience the true salt flavour when it's mixed in with other peasant ingredients. Fuck. Well, you know, fuck me then, Spidey. If you want to destroy your kidneys, by all means, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. Did you buy all of the jewellery and accessories you're wearing yourself? Ah. Wouldn't be in the necklace, would it? No, that was on Maria, wasn't it? Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Then as Kano continued his search, he cried out suddenly in realization. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. Hitomi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. Eiichi looked on in alarm as he realised the detective was going to turn the phone on. Stop! Don't turn that thing on! Kano froze at Eiichi's sudden shout. Why not? The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Eiichi. But one thing seemed clear. Hitomi's phone itself might be the bomb. But wait. Eiichi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. If Hitomi hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? Would that just mean that there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alphard would have thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook, whether she had her phone or not. Yeah, so the bomb is triggered by the sound of her ringtone, apparently. Yeah, things are getting deep, Cried, and we just had like massive twists this whole session so far. But yeah, the phone ringtone is apparently what is going to set off the bomb that will kill everyone in this area. It was too worrying a prospect to ignore. Eiichi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up, then asked, "Well, what do we do?" "For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here." Kano set the cell phone down on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Eiichi followed after him, dragging the fake Alphard along. Right, so something else to set it off as well. Suddenly there was a tremendous boom and a furious impact ripped through Eiichi's body. I knew it, Eiichi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. Hitomi's cell phone was powered off, so it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Eiichi ever had. Damn! Right, maybe we can make the jump now. Fucking hell! Oh, thank God. Please, don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Eiichi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? The detective caught Alphard, Eiichi replied happily. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before Eiichi responded. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Eiichi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kanan was Alphard. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off that cell phone, then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Eiichi hung up. Hopefully the team at the Scramble will be able to pull through. Now Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alphard. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Even since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alphard. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm going to need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Explosive ordnance disposal suits, also commonly called bomb suits or blast suits, worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast or from any hurled fragments an explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from a large, powerful explosive, such as several hundred grams of C4, detonated at close range. Your weight will be destroyed drinking all that Pepsi. You've got to keep that figure to stay looking good in that suit. Yeah, true, Spidey. Don't want to be, don't want Spider-Man to get diabetes, do we? He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's going to be alright. But you got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back round, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, they quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alphard had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decision he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alphard with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alphard ever since. He was stooped to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alphard's presence. Even if his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat, as if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast, if that improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alphard had become his only purpose. God damn. Yeah, maybe he has got spider metabolism, super metabolism. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marvelled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. Arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. It was the only fair price for the life she herself had taken. There could be no restitution for Frank's death as long as she was still alive. The law wasn't going to punish Alphard. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. Finally, the Akoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were 2 people standing outside the front gate. It was Tateno and the girl who was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow, Stanley had made it in time. He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. Semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli Weapon Industries. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, is it the .50 Action Express? .50 AE, is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. His orders were to apprehend Alphard. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Getting out of the car, he started pacing toward the young woman. Stanley. Tateno glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told them to turn off Hitomi Asawa's cell phone. This should be where we find out what the other trigger is, I guess. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that by now, they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman remained silent. And of course, they've managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means? Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He'd chased Alphard all around the world, only to arrive here at last in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now both the journey and the suffering would be over. We meet at last, Alphard. Oh shit! Is that the right decision? Fucking hell! This is getting good. Getting in the world of bugs, spiderwebs are really strong and unbreakable, so you scale it up to human size. It's the same for us, but you can't tell those shits can hold to a truck or helicopter. Come on. Well, dude, you're talking about a guy that got bitten by a radioactive spider and got spider powers. I think we can give a little bit of benefit of the doubt there. Right? Oh, we need to jump back to Kano somewhere. Now, let me just check this a minute. I don't think that choice was right, the one I just made with Stanley. I think I need another jump back over to him. No, okay, that's the same. Now, I just want to go back a minute. No. Yeah, because that's not that one. That's not right. Let me try a different choice for Stanley here. I don't think revenge is the right answer here. Hang on. See, yeah, sorry. I you know what, I read this as wrong. If I don't get my revenge, what would Frank think? It's, if I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alphard wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. Welcome back, Ult. Is this going to be the same? Yeah, that's the same as well. Shit. Is that not going to change things? I don't know, Ult. I should be finished by now, really, but I really want to see if I can get this finished. Oh, hang on. If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. Stanley's heart had room for nothing but revenge. The law wasn't going to punish Alphard. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta, blah, blah, blah. Yep. You already said that. Everything is sort of coming into place. We've discovered who the killer is. I don't know what's going on, but resentment always makes for entertaining outcomes. Not always, Shadow. Not always. How are you today? No, cell phone isn't the bomb. There's something else is the bomb. We're so close to the end here. Maybe it's one of these. I was wondering if you were still doing an early stream when I got out early. Yeah, I should have been finished like 10 minutes ago, but I'm really so close to finishing this. Well, I think I am. If this if I do this and this doesn't finish the game, then I'll have to stop and finish it off tomorrow. No, Crichton, I think the cell phone I think the ringtone will trigger the bomb. But I think she's also got another way to trigger the bomb as well, like a backup. Alright, that's not that one. It's not that one. Is it that one? I don't think it's this one. Oh, come on, that's not pathetic. I mean, if, you know, don't want to toot my own horn or anything. But if you enjoy it, what's the problem with that? There's no problem there, is there? It's not that one either. Fuck. It's not the warning, is it? I'll toot your horn. Is it? I don't know. I don't know which one you're going for. Let's go for this one. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Tateno hung up without saying anything. Right, has that changed anything? Ah, that has actually changed to Tenno's ending. Feels too early in the day for innuendo. Shadow, if it makes you feel any better, it's 6:15 here, so it's technically the evening. Tenno said, I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. I'll reread this out for the benefit of you guys that missed this. Oh, actually, no, I don't need to. Sorry. Oh, no, I do. How do you know about that? Tateno is shaking now. His aim wavering. I heard you talking with a younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alphard, then shoot me right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Teteno's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Teteno shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kanan's words out of his head. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alphard. A sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up to Teteno's throat. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, a recoil in the wake of the shot, it was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? The voice had come from right in front of him. I think we need to pick the other choice, because he needed to think of Kano's words to steady his aim again, I think. The smile says, come hither. The eyes say, please let me escape this hell. She's actually fucking super evil, Shadow. A villain BJ. I don't know if we know how old she is, Shadow. That's all I'll say. He looked up to see Kanan standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. Yeah, okay, if we pick the other decision, I think we might be alright. Or is Stanley going to have to come in and kill her? Oh my god! I'm not repeating that. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, is that not right then? Hang on. That still gets a bad end. We're gonna have to go back to him. Why, hello FBI. Yes, I did type that. Oh god. Yeah, let's see where this goes. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alphard wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. The Okoshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. He hopped out of the car and then gasped. Teteno. Shit, okay. That wasn't the right decision to tell him to shoot her. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory gate, his gun still in his hand. Blood had pooled around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the full weight of his mistake. Teteno had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and had gotten himself killed. And Stanley had put him up to it. He should never have let Teteno try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. There had been no hesitation in Teteno's words. Stanley had known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the results of his own naivety. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab had been destroyed with a bomb. Alphard's plan had run its course before Stanley had even got there. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted, nor would he ever forgive Alphard for what the terrorist had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death could be too kind a fate for Alphard. Now more than ever, before the thirst for vengeance consumed him. Oh. You're fucked, Stanley. But even as he began to stalk towards the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. Alphard! Stanley hissed the word through clenched teeth. Out of pure stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet. Tottering toward his foe, he raised his gun. He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Wow. Alphard! Memphi, you can't decide if you're coming or going at the moment. Right, so we need to go back to that choice. What about the protection one? Maybe. I fully believe that all truly evil people are of consenting age. I'm not sure about that. I think evil can be... well, evil's... Oh, hang on. No, that was right. Wait, which decision was it? It's that one. Tom wanted to make me a mod, but we all decided that my penchant for hitting on anything that moves and my massive psychotic alcoholism was too much for a PR risk. I don't remember this conversation. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. Titano hung up without saying anything. See if that changed it back to good again. It doesn't look like it. Well, this is changed, but Jack's ending is not. So maybe it depends on Titano what happens. Fucking hell! How many times am I gonna have to read this? Hopefully, I can skip through. We'll just skip it instead. I think we're alright for mods at the moment. I think we've got enough. Let's face it, the channel isn't huge, is it? Not yet. Right, so this bit's new. Just keep Maria safe, that's your job. That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alphard. Oh, no, that's... Okay, that's... Yeah. Right, so we got the right choice the first time through. Hello, friend. How's your day? Yashmerks. It's going pretty well, dude. Yeah. How about you? How you doing? I don't think I haven't seen you in the channel before. It's good to see a new face. Always good to see a new face. Right, so we'll just stall her instead. At this point, this is feeling like a Three Stooges skit. Try anything funny and the puppet gets it. Even better to see a new... Where are you going with that? See, that doesn't change anything. So there's got to be a way here. There wouldn't be one of Teteno's, would it? Send Kanan in. I think let's try sending Kanan in. I think that'll be a bad end, but I want to see where it goes. Just slink back into the shadows now. Wait, the shadow slinking back into the shadow. How does that work? Wouldn't those two shadows cancel each other out and it would become a non-shadow? I don't know what I'm saying. He was going to have to let her into the lab. Teteno had made up his mind. Is something the matter? Sarah asked wearily. Warily, sorry. No, it's nothing. And if you would be so kind. As Sarah led the way, Kanan and Teteno followed him toward the storage facility. Shadows within shadows, mate. Shadowception. Or masturbation, depending on how you view it. What? It took about 20... Is this all the same? It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. No, it's not that. It might be that maybe I'm not understanding it, which is more likely to be the case. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Teteno kept his hand on his holster as he watched her work. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. The device let out a warning sound. I wish I could skip this because I'm gonna fucking skip it because I've already read this, and I'm gonna give myself a limit of 7 o'clock, guys. So about half an hour. If we're not finished by then, I'm just gonna have to stop and do the rest tomorrow. You're getting a paycheck at midnight. So yeah, she's meant to be trying to put the password in to open the lock, and she's pretending she doesn't know, but she does. Paycheck of a whole $25. $25 is $25. Right, so that's open. This is probably the choice he needs to change, I think. The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Sawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out. As soon as Osawa and his daughter were out of view, Teteno drew his pistol. Kanan arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Teteno pointed the barrel of his gun at Kanan's face. Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking towards the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Teteno needed to let Stanley know that they'd successfully opened the laboratory door. It's still going to explode, because she's got some way of exploding it. Ah, fuck's sake. Which will be spent in less than an hour. Well, you're going to spend some of it on the sub. I appreciate it, dude. You don't have to spend it on me. I know you really want that red emerald, though. Wow, you get $75 for donating blood, Shadow. That's pretty good, actually. Oh, you got a Prime sub. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Prime sub's fine. Prime sub actually gives me more money, if anything, I think. Plasma sounds like how a vampire would word it. Wait, what's the difference between blood and plasma, then? Sorry. Excuse my ignorance here. You got to buy a gift for your girlfriend. That's cool, man. What are you going to buy? Unless it's something you can't say on stream. They give me back the shitty red blood cells. Okay. I actually never knew there was a difference between blood and plasma. I thought it was. I thought they were one and the same. That I now feel stupid. Now to need to let Stanley know that they'd successfully opened the laboratory door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he's following her. Okay. As soon as he did, Kanan pressed herself flush against the wall. A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Teteno careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then, as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed and the cab began to rise upward. Teteno could tell that the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please pick up. He jabbed his thumb hard on the call button. Stanley here. What's going on? Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. But it was too late for Teteno even to hear Stanley's voice. Fuck. Buying the in-game currency for League of Legends. It's she buy loads of skins for it then. No, you know, I don't need knowledge, but I like to learn. Get what you're doing it occasionally for Elder Scrolls Online. What, buying currency? So actually, I think now if we change that, where is it? This one. If we change the warning to shoot her now, it might change because we've let her inside the building. Let's give it a go and see if that changes. No. Fuck. What about the last one? Or we just not meant to let her in? So I did get an ending with them, but I can't figure out how to change it otherwise. No, that's the same. What's that jump again? That's for HE. Oh wait, is that the one I need? Is it as simple as that? Is that all I need to do? Tom, for me during this game, you should play DQ next on principle. I should, but I've already put up a vote for what to play next. Yeah, I've already played Persona 5 actually. I played it earlier this year. You're a couple of months too late, sadly. It was really good though. I really enjoyed it. Have you played it through yourself? Dovahkiin's Skyrim figure. Oh, nice. Yeah, does it do the shouts? Does the Dragonborn pull up his skirt and take a big whiz on Todd Howard? Oh God, no! Why? You started that yourself, Shadow, this time. Is this the right one to... Oh fuck, hang on. Sorry, go back. Go back. No. Fuck! I might have actually screwed things up more there. I don't think we can let her in. It's alright, Shadow will explain. So that's a jump to Stanley. That's a jump to Kano. That's the bad end. Right, stall her until she gets there. So that gets us the end. But then we get back. I think I might have been onto something there. Hang on, there's a cano jump there. It's not that one, is it? I think I might have actually been right there. Yeah, we've already got to that bit. Right, I'll let her in again. Because I think that gave me an extra jump to H-E. There's not enough time left in the stream to explain my vast, deep, abiding hatred of the human version of Play-Doh spaghetti that is not... Wow! Play-Doh spaghetti. That's a really... That's a horrible insult. We'll let her into the lab. I'll explain some other stream. Oh, I promise. I'm just not in the mood to type out a huge long explanation right now. You can always chuck it into the Discord, Shadow, if you want. So there's a jump to H-E there. Cool cut short. No, that's the wrong one because it explodes. Thanks, Alt. Thanks for doing the shilling for me. Still got that. I don't think that was right, actually, was it? Let's just double check that this goes how I expect it to go. I think it will just result in H-E getting exploded, but... How come we don't have any plug-in games? Or yeah, I do plan to get some, Tron. I've just got to figure out which ones to go for. Make some uses for those rings. I think I'm going to use them for song requests and probably probably some kind of game. I need to look at all the different ones you can get. Oh dear, gobshite. Yep. Gobshite indeed. So this is where we'll get the explosion, I think. Oh, maybe not. H.E.'s cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Wait, is this the same? Mr. Stanley, what's going on? Something isn't right. Huh? I can't get in touch with Teteno, Stanley said. What about on your end? Anything unusual going on? No problems here for the moment. Detective Cano managed to catch Alphard. Did he get the password? Dunno, I think he just finished his interrogation. Could you put me on the line with Cano? Yeah, give me a sec. H.E. turned to Cano and shouted, Detective, yeah, this is going to end in an explosion. Fuck! Thing is, I don't know how much of the game I've got left. I feel like I'm right on the edge of finishing this. Yeah, this is the same ending we got before. Alphard seems to have a different way of triggering the bomb. She's got the cell phone noise, but there's also, I think she's got a remote way of detonating the bomb. So we've just somehow got to stop her, but I don't seem to be getting the prompt that I need to do so. Right, so that gets a bad end for everyone. I think that's just if we... Right, so let's... What if we change it to this? Let's see if this changes anything. This seems to be one of the key decisions. No. Alright, so that's the same. Is it possible it's just going to give you a bad ending no matter what you do, and you're just doing this all for naught? No, it would actually, if it was, I think it would pop up and say, like, you fucked this ending up totally. You need to go back and change something. Right, so if we don't let her in. No, I definitely haven't finished the game. No, 100% not. Because, I'll show you in a sec. So we're not going to let her in this time. You see, that gets an end for Teteno and Jack. But we've still got a bad end for Aichi, and Kano's still locked out. So hang on, was there a jump here I missed? I think it was this one. I think it might be this one. I think I just missed the jump. I think that was all it was. I think this is it. Yeah, okay. I just missed the jump. That was all it was. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. His cell phone rang. Teteno's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kano quickly picked up. Detective Teteno, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Asawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Teteno wasn't making any sense. Alphard, Palmer, had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry, Teteno barked. Yes, sir. Detective! Aichi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. Detective! That's not the real Alphard. He's a fake. A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alphard was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Aichi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alphard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Teteno had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb? But where? Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division, someone squawked. A team made up of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 6th Riot Police Units, as well as the Support Vehicle Unit. Division members are trained in explosives disposal. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen with liquid nitrogen, then moved away from the site via support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on site. Oh. Siamese twin poster plastered on the building. I didn't see that. I'm Alphard, yeah. I'm going to have to turn myself in. We've got an emergency here. It was Kuze, practically screaming into his cell phone. We're at the scramble outside the station. Hurry. The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me.
Wow.
I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point, and if he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided just to have to go look for it. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alphard, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alphard at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? Is the bomb going to be in the dog statue? Is it a Hachiko statue? On the fake, there was no other place he could possibly have planted it. On Hitomi, that way he could be certain he'd at least eliminate her. In a minivan, he was going to try the same ploy all over again. I think it's in a minivan, because I think we saw one go past earlier with the reporter bloke in a minivan. He was going to try the same ploy all over again. Kano thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alphard would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alphard, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer happened to be. Aichi, it's in a minivan. Look for a minivan. Kanu scanned the area. There were plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. This seems strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expected the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Shadow, in Shibuya there's a statue of a dog. I think it's called Hachiko. And it was a dog that it's like a famous statue about a dog that stayed at the station waiting for its owner to turn up. Similar to that Futurama thing with the dog and Fry. Yeah. Sorry, that's what I was getting at. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus. Just think. Focus. Think. He had to trust himself and then take action. He decided he'd just have to start checking whatever vehicles were close by. Leaving the fake Alphard under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side windows. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were set in the engine compartment or the trunk, a cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. Yeah, the dog was in Persona 5, yeah. Yeah, because it's the exact same. This is set in the exact same place. Who has time for books? I wish I had time for books. I just don't anymore. I've got so much, there's so much stuff to consume nowadays. I don't understand how anyone could get bored. Alphard had a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. Nothing abnormal here. No problems here. Not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About a minute. No, 2 minutes must have passed since he started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. The detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumple under the weight of fear. It might already be too late. He felt utterly defeated. And then he saw it. A small boxy minivan, and it was racing right toward him. That was it! It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Oh no, this is... Oh, hang on, this is the one... This is the van that's got the dry ice machine in it, isn't it? Which actually I think we need, because the dry ice is partially liquid nitrogen, right? So we might be able to put out the bomb ourselves. But we still don't know where the bomb is. Kano sprang into action. Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving. Sorry, what have I missed here? I have about as many books as Tom has games. Needless to say, I'm incredibly jealous of Tom's games. It's the only thing I've got going for me, pretty much, Shadow. So don't be too jealous. Wonder what comes after this age. You won't be able to live to see it though. It'll be VR porn. That's the next age, and no one will ever leave the house ever again. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. Shit, that was wrong. Well, no, okay then. Fully working VR porn, like with full feedback and everything. There's like a machine you can get into. Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloodied bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell had just happened? It wasn't the minivan that had exploded. The bomb must have been hidden someplace else. No. How? Kano crumpled to his knees. The minivan drove right on past him. The chilling breeze in its wake washed over him like the winds of despair. Right, okay, so it's not in a car then, I guess. But then, could it be on the body of one of the other two? Could they have planted it on Hitomi when they... No. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine it's on the other guy either, though. Because he's too scared to be killed. Ah, fuck it. I'm so hungry. I need another Kit Kat. They're only 105 calories anyway, so... Gotta watch my figure. Good friends tell friends to get VR porn. Lion bars are amazing, yeah. I'm eating this like... you're gonna hate me for eating this like this, by the way. ASMR shower. Well, you're meant to eat the Kit Kat up against the mic. And blow air into your ears. Let's try the fake. Would the fake have anything else on him that could be a bomb, though? Getting my rocks off by beating my junk is good enough for me. On the fake, there was no other place he could possibly have planted it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Aichi, he shouted. Check the case, hurry. He gestured to the attaché case Palmer had been carrying. Yeah, it could be in that, couldn't it? Don't move. Kano searched through his captive's jacket and the pocket of his pants. He came up with nothing. Perhaps Alphard had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt. Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about this watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective! It was Aichi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. Alphard, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Oh god. Let's be honest here. Is anyone really going to want to stick their junk into a machine that's plugged into the wall? I feel like that's a bad idea for anyone involved. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple childish ruse. It went right under my nose. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4. A plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX. Trimethylene... Oh god. Trimethylene trinitramine. Is that it? How you say it? Trimethylene trinitramine. Oh my god, yeah, that word. Which is combined with a plasticizer such as diacetyl... that fucking word as well. It is highly reliable and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably by the US Armed Forces. Why is this chat descended into this? To be fair, I did start it. Yeah, it's my fault. I'll take responsibility for that. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military, and that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it, just leave it to us. Susumu signalled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. Hey! Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. Aichi had found a false bottom in the case. The space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Hey detective, is that thing going to explode or not? Aichi's voice was shaky. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. A specific sound, huh? Aichi took a moment to think. That's it! It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hitomi asked. No, you're not. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alpha they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Just go with the flow, yeah. C4 looks like bubblegum. It looks like, just looks like, you know, plaster that you'd mould to me. I suppose it is in a way, isn't it? I think it's got the same consistency, texture. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. Ah, there's a timer as well. Okay. He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealing a second false bottom. The small timer had been set beneath it. There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alphard could eliminate both her and his stooge Palmer at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. I don't think do you reckon I should put that as the like the, you know, in the review part of the channel, maybe, like in the info? Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze, where is that bomb squad? 1 minute 51. 1 minute 50. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Aichi standing right beside the bomb case. Aichi, he called out, leave that thing and get out of here. But Aichi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. Aichi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Aichi was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there would be no telling how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Get back! Everybody get back! Aichi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Oh, I really need to piss as well! You got a jawbreaker? I did wonder why he didn't just tell everyone to run away as soon as he saw the bomb. Hitomi, Susumu and the others added their voices to his. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can! Please, you'll have to get out of here! But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Aichi at least. He turned back to him and called out. Aichi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. Aichi! Hitomi shouted. Come on! But Aichi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us, hurry! Still, Aichi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait. Aichi, your leg. What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. What the heck? Finally, Kano understood. It wasn't that Aichi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimise the impact of the explosion on everybody else. That idiot, Kano muttered. His leg was busted. Why didn't he say so? How did he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. Kano rushed to help him now. He might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. And that's where we're going to stop today. No, I'm just going to go for a piss. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, I wouldn't have done that to you guys. Although that would make a good that's a good incentive to come back, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not going to do this. Not this. I just had to check. I just had to check that there'd be dinner waiting for me because we've got some stew left over from last night, but it's not ready for another like, you know, half an hour yet. So as long as I get some food, I can always delay the later stream a little bit. Maybe do it at 10 so I get a bit of a break. Or do a shorter one. Either way, we'll sort something out. I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not going to. Well, no, I think it's other stuff. It's like I think we need to get some potatoes and stuff as well. Shadow. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. The detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit, and the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of this situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Aichi, holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at. And still, he stood frozen, staring at Aichi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. See? The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still the smoke spilled out, roiling from a partly open window. You're going to go make some 30-second burritos. Okay. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that... Instinctively, he rushed toward it. It's dry ice. Yeah, could you stick it in that? Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. Yeah, no, this is the thing, Shelley. We knew we kind of knew that we'd have to get this van to stop somehow, but wasn't sure when it was going to turn up. Hi, John. It's nearly done, I think. I think dry ice is partially like liquid nitrogen, Tron. A dry ice machine. Hey, Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up. By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. There you go. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well. Wandering droves of scientists. No, these guys had a faulty dry ice machine they were taking back. It just so happens that one of the other guys from earlier told him to take it back. So it all links in together. Nitrogen has been cooled to a liquid state within a temperature below minus 195.8 degrees Celsius. It can be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as the battery cell from the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it is preferable to destroy the explosive by detonation rather than simply arrest its function. Carbon dioxide in its solid state, because it evaporates at minus 79 degrees Celsius, at standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or it rapidly dissipates into mist. Thus its use in smoke fog machines. The odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in a sub-zero environment, but there is no guarantee that this would actually work. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat, "I need to borrow that machine." Huh? The man replied in a lethargic drawl. "No way, man. We haven't even paid this thing off yet." There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. Yay! It's Minokawa! The game is not longer than Dragon Quest. Don't over-exaggerate. Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. "You guys are with that Wandering Angels theatre troupe, yeah?" he said to the band's occupants. Oh, so we finally get the end to the Wandering Angels. This is what... They've been playing this story all through the game here. It's not long... No, it's not longer than Witcher 3 either. Again, over-exaggeration. Episode 6, the finale. The minivan carrying Tezuka, Bando and ammo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the three will happily head back to the theatre, clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long crazy day. Fin. No, I mean there's a lot of deaths potentially, but I don't think he would have written a story where this few people died permanently. He pointed at the dry ice machine. "That thing's defective. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit." Huh? For real? "Yeah, he told me to tell you. That's the machine. That the machine is being recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door." Yeah, okay. The newcomer helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan, then he turned to Kano. "Here. Hurry up and take it," he shouted. "Right, thanks." Kano wasn't sure what what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. Aichi! Hitomi wailed, tears in her eyes. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs would take him toward Aichi and the bomb. To be continued! Fucking hell! Tron, actually, I need to play Xenoblade Chronicles X on the stream. I'd like to. Oh shit! No, that was wrong. I'd like to play that. According to him, he only started killing people because the fans kept worrying aloud that he'd die of being fat before he finished writing his damn books. Of course, that's bullshit, but he can get away with it because he's supposedly one of the best fantasy writers of all time. I mean, I really like Game of Thrones. That's not it. We just got to swap over to Aichi here, I think. Oh, for fuck's sake! Why? Oh, I've still got to do this, okay. Fuck me, Jesus Christ. Right, this is all new stuff from here then. Books and the show have very little writing in common. Are the books good, Shadow? Because I really like the series. I haven't read the books. Haven't got around to it. It's a lot different without Miiverse support. What was the Miiverse support for a Xenoblade, Tron? Except that George sold out and got paid to molest his own literary creations for the sake of the episodes. Oh, okay. So what, has the book changed due to the series, do you think? Where could the bomb be hidden then? Aichi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Aichi, check the case! Hurry! He hurriedly opened the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only things inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it! He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll smash it apart. Flip it over. Aichi lifted the attaché case up high and flipped it upside down. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. I didn't want you to throw it, I just wanted you to tip all the shit out. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more he opened the case and looked inside. But still he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on. Could it be? Yes, it could! I prefer the books, but he's a long-winded motherfucker. When he looked behind it, his eyes... Sorry, I didn't read the other bit. Aichi tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Metagross? What's Metagross? Please don't tell me it's another pop culture thing that I don't know. Several wires connected it to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attaché case. Here it is, he shouted to Kano. I found it. Oh, it's a Pokemon, okay. I only know the first 151. Don't give me that. Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer, take a look. When he saw what was inside the attaché case, the fake Alphard went pale. No, it can't be. Alphard, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then abruptly he broke into stilted laughter. Yep, okay, yep. I just want the new stuff. The fake Alphard, Palmer, looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. Yep, okay. Blow the whole area to smithereens? Aichi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case. A microphone, Kano muttered. Hey detective, is that thing going to explode or not? Aichi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. Fucking, there's no new stuff here. Side quest that got you extra resources from the team you were on. The whole team mechanic relied on Miiverse. The main story is the same though, just many side quests won't be accessible. That fucking sucks, doesn't it? I hate when they tie shit like that off with stuff that can be clearly turned off. There is 973 Pokemon, is there? I thought there was like 650 or something, wasn't there? Mainly enhance the experience, but for the purpose of streaming, I guess it makes no difference. Yeah, but now that I know that there's, you know, there's stuff that I've missed. Unless the side quests were shit, then I feel like I've missed out there. Oh well. Nobody say boom, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's the ringtone. Yeah, we know that. We know that. Yeah, you're saying the same shit. Why are you getting me to read this again? The sight made Aichi's heart leap. Then Kano went stock still as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. Not just a sound trigger. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Let's someone call Hitomi. Her phone's off. We can't call her. Aichi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Aichi picked up the attaché case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down seconds. Aichi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitomi was there. Suzumu was there. Several more of his old pals. Along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. The people are the lifeblood, Aichi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Aichi wanted to be the one of the red. To be one of the red, or was it white? Blood cells of Shibuya. White blood cells, Aichi. Aichi! Kano called out. Leave that thing and get out of here. No way. Aichi sat down, cradling the case in his arms. Wait, you're making food, Shadow? 3 minutes until the pie is done? Or are you making a joke about the timer? Oh wait, you put kitchen time, okay. Oh, he can't run away. His leg is fucked. Aichi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people? Aichi snapped. Yeah, the crowd don't believe him though. Yeah, he could get carried out, but you know. Wouldn't be as much drama then, would there? Hitomi wrapped her arms around Aichi from behind. Aichi, don't do this. Hitomi, you need to get out of here too. Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words, but he could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter, just get as far away as you can. No, I'm not leaving you. After the day they'd spent together, Aichi knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. See, I wondered if someone else was actually using the fuck you, but nope, it's eternal. I mean, he could roll out of the way as well, or he could hop. Hitomi. Aichi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please. This is the one favour I will ever ask of you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. Alright, she told him. But let me just say one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about. So much more that I want to know about you. So please, Aichi, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS, start getting people out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then for an instant, Aichi's eyes met Kano's. Aichi gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. Get back! Aichi shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody get back! There's a bomb! He held the attaché case tight against himself as he continued shouting. How's it going, Eternal? you can roll really fast. What, like Sonic? Like Tron said. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everyone get out of here, just run. Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb, the detective shouted. Everybody run. Get away as fast as you can. Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please, Hitomi added, you all have to get out of here. But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that the time was up, Kano turned back to Aichi. Aichi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. He could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man. Aichi, come on. It is some soap opera bullshit, isn't it? It does feel like that. Oh, come on, dude. You got to play a Sonic game. That's like something you have to play. As a gamer, you have to play a Sonic game. At least one. Play Sonic Mania, by the way. The way Palmer talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Aichi needed to minimise the force of the blast as much as possible. Oh, it is, yeah. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. What are you doing? Come with us, hurry, screamed Kano. Fucking hell. But Aichi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us, hurry. Still, Aichi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Hang on. That's not going to change anything, is it? Or is it? I don't think it will. I think we're just going to get the same ending. To be continued. Yeah. Well, Eternal, you can't play Sonic Mania on a Mega Drive, so... yeah. Yeah, play Sonic Mania or buy a Mega Drive or play the original 4 Sonic games. That's what I'd say. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya and to protect Hitomi. Aichi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Aichi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Aichi! It was Hitomi. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. Eichi, bring the bomb over here. That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Eichi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. Oh my god. Jesus, guys. You guys are writing tons at the moment. Apparently not playing a Sonic game is a massive problem. Oh man, Road Rash is awesome, yeah. Gaming wasn't popular until a couple of years ago in Serbia, really? Dude, you guys missed out. Oh yeah, Tron, yeah, playing on a Mega Drive or / Genesis, it was much more impressive. But then this was back in like the 90s as well. They're bringing the machine over to Aichi, Shadow. It's on wheels. Stick it in here. Ooh. Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it. Aichi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it. Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer display through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. Was this not going to work? Aichi and Kano held their breaths. Held their breaths? Held their breath? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Fucking hell. I just want it to be done now. I just want to learn I just want to see how the story ends. Oh, yes, yeah, epilogue, yes. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. This hand, whose is it? Should be her dad's. Yeah, John, it's not Kano, it's Kano. Kano wins. Faithful Sonic Mania looks like it'd be possible in Genesis. You should have to play the originals to appreciate it. I don't think it's fully doable, Tron. They'd have to really properly rebuild it to work on the Mega Drive because there's a lot of effects in there that the Mega Drive could not do. My father's? Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're alright now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my laboratory. You're infected with a virus. I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Ah, right, sorry. Asawa eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand. I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together when you were little. I doubt you remember that, though. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distinctly familiar. Gently she squeezed back. Oh, Shadow. Never change. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be possible in the Genesis, no. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking at you in the eye while I'm talking to you. It's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Asawa hung his head. I'm so sorry, he said. Please forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Maria was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Asawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home, about how he'd known where she'd gone, but hadn't gone to find her, about how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh yeah, I guess that did happen. Asawa frowned. You know, she said, I'd totally forgotten about that. Until you mentioned it just now, I mean. No, I can't believe that, Asawa replied. The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad. Asawa was visibly grappling with his feelings. Oh, his heart grew 3 times the size. Write them all down, Shadow. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that are fun and happy. I see. This is some of all those things that have made me who I am today. So please, don't worry so much about the past. I see. Is he turned into Ryo Hazuki here? I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it. For fuck's sake. That was good timing, right? Sorry, it's just... This is also difficult to say. Asawa was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Who are those people? She asked, pointing. Asawa looked, and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognised one of them. The Tenno, the man with the cane. Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friend? Asawa's voice was shaking. My friend? What do you mean? The one you met when we went to the Middle East. You know, Kanan. Asawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of the young woman's face appeared on screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. Aha! What? Don't you hate it when you look at a preview GIF, then click it, and it's not as good as you thought? I'm kind of intrigued to see what kind of GIF you've clicked on now. It had happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her telling her she was a friend of Kanan. Oh, okay. Kanan asked me to pass along a message, she said. Then she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor and the voice indistinct. There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist plans were already in motion, and Hitomi had been infected with a killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorists planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days, and so I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realising it. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on and it will allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. Yeah, who wins? The video ended and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her the hidden switch on the back. Kanan's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alphard? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alphard? Kanan told me that taking down Alphard is her purpose in life. But Alphard has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kanan to get any good leads. That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this. The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alphard. Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. Alright, the girl said. I passed along everything Kanan wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you. Both of them get a happy ending. Oh my god. Shadow, you do come up with some interesting images. You really do. So wait, what the heck has been going on while I've been asleep? Asara recoiled from the ferocity on his daughter's face. That Kanan girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the lockdown laboratory. Once again Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kanan's friend, another memory from before she'd blacked out drifted to the surface. Suddenly it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Kanan in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Asawa looked at the screen and then at his daughter's face. Well then, who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. That girl was Alphard. The instant she realised this, she knew they were in danger. If Alphard managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Tron. That's not. Oh my god. That's not how you make a milkshake. Is something wrong? Asawa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Asawa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. There's no way she could kill me or plant a bomb in here or anything. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. Please tell me there's no fucking choices here. Make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alphard's plan as her father had explained it, and then finally she understood. I've got it. Asawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out there where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. Is the bomb in the necklace? Asao peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and as he realised that, his own face stiffened with determination. Alright, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Oh, what is going on with this chat? It's not a Christian stream, but I'm just a bit like kind of blown away by how out of control this has spiraled. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo, and her knees buckled. Are you alright? Asao caught her by the arm. This is probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with is it I can never lethargy? Lethargy? I've only ever really said the word lethargic, not lethargy. Her mind trapped in a disorientating haze. Fuck, I can't speak English! Why do you blame... Yeah, I suppose it was my fault. It's always my fault, isn't it? Every step was a monumental effort. But she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alphard was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorist would never have been able to get away with the deception if Kanan was still alive. Which means that Kanan must be... Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she'd put a stop to Alphard's plan. Why do you want to know, Alt? If he was, this would probably be a completely different stream. Wait, what? I doubt Tom was doing that either? Wait, what? Doing what? Oh, right, okay, no, yeah. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. That isn't Kanan. Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There's no talking a way out of things this time. The expression on Alphard's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily toward the terrorist. Maria, stay back, Sauer exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Toteno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still, Alphard said nothing. Stanley too began edging toward her. Doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down. Let me turn your question around, Alphard said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time Maria cried out with biting fury. Alphard snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let... I can see a joke already there. What the fuck are you doing? I'm a cheaper date, just donate a 6-pack of beer and a bottle of Grey Goose. Alphard is a male name, is it? I don't think it's a name full stop, is it? She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alphard's game or her anger would spill out of control. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alphard raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here, it's a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Ah, of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alphard's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? I know, quite clearly she's mad, so... Maria locked eyes with Alphard. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself. She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. Well, Shadow, was that one too obvious? Wait, what? We the viewers have made a final decision. Nudes at 400 followers. That's very generous of you, Alt. But you know you're underage, aren't you? I don't want you getting, I don't want you getting banned or getting me banned. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down. No, don't do that. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing. But not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. It's got really fucking... It is a bit of a derpy face, isn't it? Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Teteno stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alphard. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest oh my god, that word! Provocation. Fucking hell. Why can't I read words properly? I mean, too much reading. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? The passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours. Asawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alphard tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. Stanley wasted no time springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat-down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees. Just the whole thing. You just made the whole thing, like, sound wrong in my head now. Alphard did as she was told. Good. Now hands behind your head. Try and think funny and I will shoot. Without a word, Alphard placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realised you can only push your luck so far. She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alphard's head. This is for my brother. The words hung in his throat, unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger and he could put a bullet right through Alphard's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he'd wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Teteno watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together, after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. He kept one eye on Alphard as he went to pick up the gun she'd discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. This is for Kanan. Holy shit. Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! Asawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alphard's forehead. Fucking hell. Sorry, I just missed a bunch of stuff. I'm okay. I'm off to play 3DO around a mate's. Peace be with you. Oh, Nice, John. Let me know how that goes, dude. Oh, and I got, yeah, the whole ticket thing, by the way. We'll sort that out another time. Ah, Shadow, you know, it's not. He's 15, I think. I think he's probably read and seen worse on the internet. Tron, you couldn't. There's no way. See you later, John. Kanan's dead, and you're gonna pay. The smouldering rage she'd fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury. Maria! Maria, Stanley said calmly. Put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alphard might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish? He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded. Please don't do this. The Tenno took a step forward. Go on, hand me the gun, he said. Stay back! Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I don't care, Alphard sneered. If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want to avenge Kanan, don't you? Yes, I do. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friends drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Kanan had been like touching a world beyond her own, a far more complicated world. Kanan had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl, a walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness, and yet she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Sawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground despite differing ideals because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. This is for Kanan! She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alphard didn't miss her opening. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing the small pistol she'd hidden in an ankle holster. Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. Oh fuck, is Asawa being shot? Dad? Asawa collapsed at Maria's feet. Dad! Her father went limp. Don't do it, Shadow. What have I missed? Sorry. Seem worse. Oh. Stanley dived at Alphard. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head down hard against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. Maria, you're not hurt, are you? Asawa croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms. I'm fine, but Dad, your blood was gushing through Asawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hand against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Look, just hurry. Get here as fast as you can. Tatena was on his cell phone calling for an ambulance. I know there's a traffic jam. Just figure something out. Please. His voice was ragged with... it's ragged, isn't it? Ragged with desperation. Dad, hang in there. Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. Ah, so this is what it's like. Asawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. My body just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were hollow. I never told you, Hitomi, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research. Dad, try not to talk right now. Maria squeezed her father's hand. Almost imperceptibly, he squeezed back. It probably isn't a very interesting story, he said. But I'd like for you both to hear it anyway. I know. And we will. After this, I promise we will. Maria's words brought a contented smile to Osawa's face. I'm glad. So glad. It's alright, just don't talk right now. This time, at least. I was there for you. Osawa slowly shut his eyes. Dad? Maria said, but her father didn't answer. Dad, don't die. You can't die. She put pressure over the wound, I think. It just wasn't stopping. I might have to cancel this evening's stream if it goes on too long. Depends how long this fucking epilogue goes on for. Or at the very least, it's going to have to be later, because I need food. The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as his had been for her back inside the laboratory. Please, don't die. She repeated the words inwardly over and over again. Oh, well, no again, but yeah. Wait, what? I don't need 2 hours. No, but I need a break. A black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. The stream was meant to start at 9, the next one, so in about an hour's time. But yeah, I might do it at 10 instead. A black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alphard in handcuffs. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alphard back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. Gordon shoved Alphard into the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. Who was that just now? Teteno asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alphard into custody. You will, huh? Teteno frowned, but decided not to press the point. Yeah, I'll probably start at 10 instead. Sorry, I need a bit of a break in between streams, I think. The ambulance arrived at last and Osawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling to him. He could sense her there, though her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. My, she had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. He had only one wish now, that Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope, and that was enough for him. Tron, I didn't realise you were there, Shadow. I didn't realise Shadow was in New York as well. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He'd meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. Yeah, I've got a lot of people on my stream that are from New York, actually. Couple from Texas, got most of Europe, we've got Sweden, Belgium, Alts in Serbia, all sorts of people. 2:12 a.m. Oh, no, just 2 seconds, okay. H.G. held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly, but still he watched in fear. 2. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 2, 2, 2. Kano and Aichi continued to stare at the timer. 2. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! Aichi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You're one reckless guy, you know that. Kano held his hand out. Aichi grinned up at him. That makes 2 of us. The 2 clasped hands firmly, a handshake conveying more than any words could have. Aichi! Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The 2 bumped fists. It weren't just me, Aichi said. Could never have done it without you guys' help. Is it you guys? Is it you guys? Your guys? You guys. Susumu smiled bashfully. Last time I met up with someone from Twitch, it was an Argentinian stalker that ended up showing up at my work and insisting we were an item. Not down with people who are crazier than me in real life. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's pretty fair. I'd be pretty, like, unsure about meeting people from Twitch. Not one-on-one anyway, it'd have to be in a group. So at least maybe one of them wasn't mental. Hey Susumu, take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked him square in the eye. Aichi gave a little nod and the 2 solemnly bumped fists again. Suddenly there was a blinding flash. Aichi spun round to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey, everyone gather up, Minohikawa called out to Aichi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya. Photo time, everyone, Chiaki said. Get ready. The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too? Minohikawa ushered Hitomi over to stand with Aichi. Hitomi? Aichi stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hitomi that he'd been able to do what he'd done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune. Hitomi had been his inspiration through it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. Aichi, Hitomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady. Hey there, little lady, Minohikawa called. No crying now. Come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose behind Chiaki. At last the smile returned to Hitomi's face. He really is the best. Hmm? Hitomi looked up at Aichi in confusion. You smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Hitomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Get your best faces on. At Minohikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. She actually does have a really nice smile. Look at the guy in the fucking... Look at those... There's me in the background. Tommy Guns. Come on, guys, Sumi shouted. Let's lift Aichi up where everyone could see him. Members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out. But Aichi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic throng. That sounds dodgy in its own right. There in the middle of the scramble, Aichi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck and more than a few coincidences for them to stop the bomb. And a lot of bad ends. Coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate, that's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability and Shibuya was saved. The raucous crowd tossed Aichi high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. Well, that was right. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing all those smiles, that was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi, I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. There was a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story, police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That the kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he'd learned about the torture past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya. Shave Shibuya? He can turn into Sean Connery. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Junior. Save Shibuya. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then Kano thought he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job. Good job! I think Tron might have called it. That sounds like credits music. We did it! There's going to be a bit more at the end though, so we've got to wait. Yeah! It only took like fucking 30, 40 hours. Oh, hang on. Hang on a minute. Just so you can see the lyrics here. If you care. Let me just move the webcam up. Oh, hang on. No, not hide it. There you go. Oh, there'll be after credits. There's blatantly more stuff they could put in here. Who wants to bet this song is copyrighted and my whole YouTube video gets blocked? Yes, I do. I've seen everything. I've seen everything except the new Ant-Man film. Shadow, actually, it is based on a anime story, supposedly. I don't remember the name of it, but it's based on an anime. Oh shit, sorry. Just realised my fucking speaker's been on this whole time. Just took my headphones off and the music was starting to play. Why does that not surprise me? I think it was an anime. I don't know if it was the anime first or if this came first. My dinner is getting cold right now. Actually, what? Oh, that's why it turned on. Hang on, turn that shit off. I'm just gonna go back to OBS so I can see it on there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Alt. And Captain Marvel looks like it'll be good as well. I hope it is anyway. It looks like we've been spoiled on one person dying already though, haven't we? Ragnarok is really good, yeah. I don't know what my favourite Marvel film would be. Ragnarok's definitely, like, it's up there though, as one of the best ones, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean the comedy works in it, doesn't it? I think like the Marvel films can kind of get away with comedy, can't they? got to wonder like how far they can take it though, don't you? Like how far can they go with the whole Marvel thing? Because well, I mean, the comics are still going, aren't they? So they could, in theory, just keep going forever and just change certain characters out for other ones. It's not like there's any shortage of characters, is there? Avengers 4 is the last Avengers film. Okay. I'll believe that when I see it. I'm actually going to have to go back to the other screen, aren't I? Yeah. So I need to read this. I think we're good. Gordon and Alphard sat in the back seat as the car sped along the highway. Do you reckon Gordon's in on it too? Here. Gordon tossed the handcuff key onto the seat beside him. What happened down at the scramble? Alphard asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. Leyland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police, and the bomb in the attaché case was defused apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into CIA custody. Maybe Gordon's Alphard. I see. Much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah. I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half? Alphard produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. I managed to acquire the antiviral. But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. In the dim light of the vehicle, Alphard's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alphard had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the Uravirus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alphard. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alphard was in no mood to return his smile. If Maria Sauer had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone off without a hitch. The one thing Alphard hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug back at Endo Electronics that should have kept her from moving around for a while even after she'd regained consciousness. And in any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed standoff. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She had misjudged how strong the girl's feelings for Kanan were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. Torpor? There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still she had been undeterred. Alphard's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Kanan, and ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she'd accomplished half of her goals, but Alphard still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed through the car window. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to be washed out by the darkness. Alphard! The end! Yeah, I used to be able to do the Dr. Claw voice. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time. And then the cat just going like, meow. Shaz, hello. Oh wait, what's this? White bookmark. WTF, mate. What is this? It's a special prize is a bookmark. Oh, it's just never going to end, is it? It's just going to keep going forever. Ah, thanks, Alt. Wait, what is this? Oh wait, is this about Eiichi's sister? Heartbeat of spring. I don't know. Oh, there's more! Or is there? What the fuck? This never ends! Let's see what this is about before we that's the previews, okay. Suzune preview. A pop quiz. Well, regardless, I'll look into that and see what it is. If it's significant content, I'll do it, but I would imagine it's not, probably. Holy shit balls. This never ends, does it? I got my money's worth out of the game, let's put it that way. Tortured us enough. No more content. Shaz, are you quoting song names or something? Yeah, no, the Tron. This is, I think it's on PC and PS4, as far as I'm aware. Okay, right, guys. Oh no. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. As long as I don't have to play it again. Let's put this down here. I really look. All joking aside, I really enjoyed that. I'm very, very sorry that it bored the tears out of you guys. But yeah, we probably won't do any what do you call it? Visual novel games apart from Doki Doki, possibly for a while. Oh, don't give me that. This is way better than Black Tiger. Way better than Black Tiger. That game is the shittest, one of the shittest games I've ever seen. Right, what am I going to do? Either way, I need to get some food. What I'm going to say for now is that I'm going to come back in about an hour and a half's time. So that'd be 10 o'clock my time. What's that, East Coast? 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock East Coast, I think. And then I'll probably do 2 or 3 hours of Forza. Because otherwise that's going to be, yeah, fuck, I've done 6 hours of this today. Sorry, no, I need to give myself a little bit of a break. Yeah, so I'm going to say 10 o'clock. I owe you some rounds of Street Fighter for all that. What, so you basically just want to beat the shit out of me, Tron? I look like your math teacher with a beard. Do you like your math teacher? If you do, then I'll take it as a compliment. Oh dear. But yes, I need to call it now. I need to go now. So yeah, I'm gonna say I'll be back at 10. I'll say otherwise if I change my mind on the Discord. There is the Discord. If you would like to join it, please do. I still haven't thought of a good way to finish the first stream. So thank you guys, and I'll see you later, alligator.